here and make sure the right audio capture is on. For free art?
Adobe Sheepa, and I'm going to change that to Tuturpaga.
Tuturpaga?
Tuturpaga. It's the Tuturpaga.
Guess what flavor of Fanta I got?
Tropical.
Red. Is that tropical?
I don't know.
It's meant to do tropical Fanta. Is that the actual name of red? Oh shit, there is a Fanta tropical and it's green.
It's been so long since I've had Fanta of any kind.
Shit is nasty looking. It looks like Mountain Dew had a fucking vomit seizure. Look at how Mountain Dew is the fucking grodiest ass drink. There we go. What we need. Okay, Schmaroni.
Discord audio's going, and so is my music. Also, is my microphone even.
I'm considering when I'm next going to have a day off streaming. I don't think it's going to be for a while. Like tomorrow, I feel like I need. Sherry, I've been playing some games that have been making me kind of sad recently.
Yeah, I've noticed. You definitely did seem to be getting low near the end of the Destiny bit earlier. You could tell it was wearing on you.
Destiny was wearing on me, and before that, yesterday, Dark Souls was making me so fucking mad. Like, weary and mad are not the vibes. Like, they're so not the vibes. Oh, hey, Finn is live. I'm gonna go, fucking smack him. Hoo-yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna type. I'm gonna type hoo-yeah. Is he gonna hoo-yeah for me? Come on, Finn, you can do it. Give me hoo-yeah. No! That's a fail.
No, I got rules.
I love you. There we go. Fucking love that elf. Alrighty. Chirioni.twitch.tv. Get that bitch on mute.
Ow, ow.
Ow, ow. Goodness,
Oh,
so
would you
soon.
look at that? I've just got a sub-scribble and a wibbly 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 from the wooden chair.
I
Thank
got
you,
a wooden
Woody.
chair too. Thank
Woody
you
is
for
a
the
friend
follow,
of
wooden
mine.
chair.
Woody is a friend I've had for a long time, like, what, 7, 8 years now? Fuck
So hi,
hell.
man. Potty parrot,
Hi,
potty parrot,
sheep.
potty parrot. Hi, Al.
Hi, Sheepa's mother.
That is a 2014 account. God damn. I think my oldest, like, adventure on Twitch.tv was 2015 when I was still, like, an edgy kid. And, like, I think I just went on there, like, harassed the streamer, realized they weren't reading my messages, and then they, like, looked at chat, read my messages, and I was like, oh, and left. Because I got nervous.
Oh my god, he noticed me.
Happy Memorial Day, Sheepa. I hate the US and I love Sheeper. Can they build a memorial to Sheeper then? Or is that, like, really disrespectful? Just dropping by for a mo? Understandable.
Usually memorials indicate that the thing you're putting the thing for is gone. And Sheepa is not gone. Sheepa is still alive.
Can we get a memorial for Sheeper's left eye? Gone but not soon forgotten. Okay, Cheery. You know what time it is?
Yeah, I hate that I'm looking at your screen and all I see is my screen.
This is what I'd be thinking right now. I think we can, like, put ourselves in the right mental place to get through this. So, chat, what we're looking at right here is a system that we coined. You say
Coined, yeah.
coined. System that we coined last night, which was, what if we take our base classes and we made them have certain levels of combination? Combination?
Combination.
Like a multi-classing system that actually makes a different class as an end result. So we've been working on that, like... I think it'd be best to go for our sort of class ideas for now.
Yeah.
So, we stripped out a lot of these sort of, like, fighting classes, right? So, what we have going for us right now is we have the Hunter, because that's about all you'd have in a tribe, usually. Barbarian Craftsman would be outdoorsman / survivalist, right? So we be thinking about that sort of thing. Barbarian Craftsman. You're not wrong.
We have got survivalist as ranger as well, though, as lawkeeper ranger.
Yeah, we've been thinking about it as a sort of like the way people would sort of like play the classes. So when it came to like hunter ranger, we want someone who can like traverse the brush, stay at distance, pick people off with like some bows and stuff, maybe throw spears, you know. And the way we had Lawkeeper is a sort of specific person who keeps and tells stories and like knowledge essentially. So when you get survivalist, it's like someone in the like clan who's been like part of some shit, you know. So when we're thinking about barbarian craftsmen, we're thinking like you want to be the big burly guy who's like beating the shit out of everything, left hook, right hook. You want to like rip out the beast's tusk and turn it into something, you know. And I don't think I have a word for that. Do you?
Brutal.
Yeah. Fortune, thank you so much for the subsquibly wibbly. I hope you enjoy the emotes and the ad-free viewing experience. But no, like, I was thinking about this. Like, I think the way that like my main brain is thinking about it is, have you ever played Monster Hunter?
I have. I wasn't very good at it, but I have played it.
See, I liked in Monster Hunter the idea of like hunting down beasts, tearing them apart, and like using their parts to make weapons and stuff, and that feels like exactly what a barbarian craftsman would be.
You see, that one L, Bonesmith, that one would fit in with what we haven't shown is the rest of the classes. We haven't written them in yet, but there is one for Channeler Spirit.
Yeah.
Who uses spirit magic. So the spirit magic plus craftsman could be using the bones of the ancestors to do a thing. It could be our version of the necromancer.
Yeah. So that's the thing about channelers, is we wrote channeler to be like, this is the part of the magic where you're bringing an outside force through yourself. Like you're channeling in the gods, you're channeling in spirits, maybe you're like channeling an element through yourself. Bonermancer? Hey, they used to call me the Bonermancer back where I used to work, you know what I'm saying?
You've never worked a day in your life.
It's so sad that the only like legitimate job that I can lay claim to is I used to work not sounding.
Oh god, that is a very, very strange job you got there.
No, I used to work sound design. Not sound design, sound setup. And equipment, like, setup and carrying around for, like, my dad's old fucking, like, spirit medium shit. I have to, like, make the claim, like, yeah, I used to be a sound technician, and if anyone ever asks me about that, I have to say, like, yeah, it was working for my fucking spirit medium dad. Sounding Man, my favorite JoJo character. You know for a fact, in a couple of years' time, there's gonna be a guy that's, like... There's gonna be a JoJo stand that's like, haha, yeah, JoJo. I'm the Sounding Man.
It'll be a stand called Sounding Board.
Has to be a music pun.
Exactly, soundboards.
He's gonna call it Sound of Silence.
Ooh. The sounding of silence.
Oh, Christ.
Hey, Ezzy, welcome in.
Hey, Ezzy. But yeah, I like naturalist. Naturalist makes a lot of sense to me.
It's basically going to be the old version of David Attenborough. They've been in the jungle.
Sandman is a real character in Steel Ball Man. Fuck, thank you.
Oh, that's terrifying. But yeah, my thinking with that was, if you've been in the wilderness for like most of your life, you're going to know the plants, you're going to know the animals, so you're going to be the keeper of that lore. You're going to be the one teaching the stories of, how you go about finding these things, how you go about finding these plants, how about finding these animals.
Yeah.
And so naturalists just seem to fit a bit there.
There is an element of the lore keeper, because the lore keeper is our proxy for like a bard. They're someone who can like tell a story to inspire or tell a story to like bring fear. Their charisma is their stories. And like they can deliver that if they want through the method of music. Right? So like that's where our bard sort of comes into things. I did have like the idea in my head, but like I'm quickly extinguishing it, realizing the scope of our like operation. Of like, what if the lore keeper had multiple like different types of music? And I'm like,
yeah,
I don't have a team big enough to fucking do this shit.
Yeah, it's why like the whole like splitting Hunter into 3 specializations and Channeler into 4 specializations. It's like we're on the verge of having too many classes to start with.
Yeah.
So it could be that we only have 2 channelers, like an arc, the inner channeler and the outer channeler, like channeling the power from within, channeling the power from without.
Yeah.
And then in future, if we ever decide to like add extras on, we can sort of like then break them down more.
We'll see when we get to channeler.
Yeah.
But like first and foremost, like that was our idea for like Lore Keeper Craftsman is a Fate Weaver. They're someone who doesn't just like craft and doesn't just tell a story. They try and record it. And like the best way that we thought they would be able to do that is by like weaving. Just in general, like you take a piece of like cloth and you weave it, or like maybe they have paints too. Like these are the first sort of historians of the world. Cleric doesn't exist. The cleric is the channeler in this.
I think I'll say, when D&D first started, it was very bare bones. I mean, when it first started, like in first edition, it didn't actually have classes; it had races, and the race was the class. You played as an elf, and that is what you were.
Congratulations, elf! I say with such disgust in my voice. No, but right here, right now, we got War Dancer 2, which is like a barbarian meets a lore keeper. Like, there's someone who knows a war song. They're a guy who can fucking sing a war song to get their like blood pumping, and then go like beat the shit out of a dragon like barehanded. Sinner, welcome on in. Please use my name in a disgusting manner. Ugh. L. There you go. Welcome on in. How did your stream go? I guarantee fucking you that Stream Elements isn't working, so let me just give you the old-fashioned.
I mean, the old-fashioned is the new-fashioned. Stream Elements is the one that is the old-fashioned one that doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, it's definitely not working. But yeah, I hope your stream went well. Welcome on in.
Wait, no. It did something. It has the name there this time.
Oh, it does have the name at the end of the URL.
It just doesn't say what you were playing. You were playing blank at this place.
You were just testing your Discord server stream announcement. You streamed for 7 minutes. Oh, well, welcome in. You probably want to have a rest after that one.
That sounds like a really, really strenuous stream. I mean, I don't know how you did it.
Since doing war drums would be a form of channeling, would it? Would a war drummer be a lore keeper channeler?
What? It could be.
So you tell a story. You want to tell a story, and you want to channel something. It depends what kind of channeler you've got.
Yeah. So at least I know that, like with shamanistic practices, drums are a big deal. They usually have the drum beat that gets you into the trance.
Yeah.
So if we do end up keeping the like multiple types of channeler, and we still have the one that's like spirit/shaman,
can you put channeler Primordia? Like channeler who's channeling like a primordial sort of power. Like that could be infernal powers depending on like whatever it's mixed with. But like at its base right now, this is a channeler who's bringing like just primordial power. How nerdy are you right now, Sheeper? I'm like pretty nerdy. Yeah, we've been making our own like TTRPG. It was originally a D&D offshoot, but then we realized that we don't want to be tied down by no man. Sick AF? You best believe it, Senna. We've been like working on some hella stuff for this. Like this is the class system and
wait, no, that's not the right. That's not the right image.
It's okay. You didn't see any titties. That's just
No, there was no nipple. It's fine. It's a shame that Frop isn't here because Frop is the one that gave us this idea of the Warthog.
Wartoad. Yeah, this is the class combination system right now, and in essence, the way it works. Also, check my Twitter. I got some pics out of the world. The way that this works is we have our base element, and if you want to multi-class later, you start leveling up that class, and if you fit sort of like a prerequisite, you fall into like these categories. You'd love to make your world a TTRPG system? Honestly, it's gonna be a lot of effort, but like if you can like go through with all of that, it'll be incredibly worth it. You do dire ferrets or maybe were ferrets? I think it would actually genuinely be fun to have like a were ferret. You know?
That would. You just want me to have to fucking design a were ferret. Fucking hell.
Yeah, we decided to be a lawkeeper. Again, someone who tells stories, songs. Would combine with a sigil wielder, which is someone who can basically channel like power by like making symbols. Like they have like maybe a pouch of like sticky sort of dye on their like side, and they just dip a finger in and they like brush it against a tree, and like they offer some words, and like that sigil may just like rot the tree, you know, or like you could place these wards at the outside of a town to keep like the wolves out. And that's where we came to the idea of like the warden, which is like genuinely, it's probably just an advanced version of the sigil wielder. Like these are some advanced wards. Like they've got better paint, they've got better substance, they've got stronger wards overall. Like these people could
like
probably. You go ahead.
I was gonna say it's probably like a combination rather than just like mainly they probably just use a single sigil normally, but then with the lawkeeper bit involved, they understand the connections between the sigils and can connect sigils together to make the ward.
Yeah.
So, like, they might have, like, a sigil for area and a sigil for protect. And then they combine the two, and it's the one they stick on a rock that will protect the town from the wolf. And they just have to, like, keep going over every now and then to keep the power running through it.
Something I really like as well is sigil wielder plus craftsman. You make a rune crafter, someone who can make runes. And the rune system is going to be like very interesting, as well as like the sigil system in general. I feel like this is going to be a whole magic system we'll expand upon, but like we'll have like our runes of power and stuff that we write down. It's like, you know this rune, and it does this and this. And like I'm sure spell combinations will be a thing, but we're not going to go too crazy on them because we'll die. Die ferrets that steal your house overnight while you're honk schnoing. I need that. But Hunter and not Hunter. The fighter aspect of the Hunter plus Lawkeeper. We said that would give us a
the Endurer or the Endurant.
This is someone who like has probably been through enough that they know their shit. When this person's leading you with spear, and you can see like the scars across their like arm, all over their chest and face and stuff. This is someone you can tell like knows how to like continue on pushing. Like, this person's going to get massive boosts to, like, the body. But they're also going to, like, know their beasts.
And I was going to say, they probably also, with the Lawkeeper / Bard symbol bit in there as well, it's probably they inspire by courage. Because you look at them and go, holy fuck, look at their scars. They've been through so much. We can trust this person to know what they're doing. Which inspires the people nearby. Which is that sort of, like, sort of same bardic element of, like, inspiration and getting things like the miracles and all those, like, the not miracles, the inspiration type magics and ritual things.
See, the way that I see the system of that class is working is, I think, you know how in D&D as it is right now, you have like a couple of ways of generating your character, and then a couple of ways of growing them. I feel like that here will either be, do you want to start with a tier 1 class, which is just like craftsman, or do you want to start with a tier 2 class, which is, you know, like beast slayer? Like, one is to tell you the story of, like, you're a lowly sort of, like, member of a tribe or whoever you are, you know? And the other is you, like, really sort of having, like, a set path. Like, you're an adventurer, you know?
Yeah, there's like the zero to hero stories where you are nothing and you become the adventurer. And then there's the one where you're already the adventurer and people are coming to you because they know you are capable to do these things. And it gives a bit of a range of, like, storytelling as well that way. It's not always just everyone's already an adventurer. It could literally be these 3 people have survived a raid on their village. They're the only 3 people left. They need to now go on and try and survive in the wilderness.
Speaking of, you just helped me come up with the Hunter Rogue, which is just Survivor. Like, the idea behind the Hunter Rogue is someone who can, like, make it through. You know what I mean? Like, the Hunter Ranger is someone who, like, knows the land and knows how to survive the land. The Hunter Fighter can be the Endurer, who is someone who can endure battle. But the Hunter Rogue is someone who is trying to survive the next day.
Yeah. By any means necessary, even if it means stealing food or whatever.
If you have to, like, clip the fucking Achilles heel of your friend to, like, run from a bear, you're a survivor.
Yeah.
Now, Channeler Primordia, we'll get to the magic classes in a bit, because it's going to be hellish.
Yes.
Was there any other classes we sort of sat on? I think you pinned it, right?
I didn't pin it, but it's like the last one that I'd put it all into like one paragraph.
We did our fighters. We can't include a paladin or monk, but we'll include plenty more to, like, make up for it. Yeah. So these are all of basically, like, physical classes right now.
Paladin might end up coming out later on when we have as a combination thing, so that you've got one of the magic class, like the channeler for the gods mixed with a barbarian becomes the paladin or something. But it's not going to be a base class.
No. But yeah, ignoring that for now. What do you get when a barbarian and a craftsman come along? Because you and me, we've got the same sort of idea when it comes to this, right? This is someone who wants to tear a beast open and make a fucking, like, necklace out of its parts or whatever. Someone walking around with the bone gauntlets, you know?
And I'm kind of liking the idea that Elle mentioned earlier, with it this being the outdoorsman.
Something like one with nature, but, like, not a druid, not a shaman. Wild man. Like, this is a man of the wild. This is a man who knows how to tear, like, a boar's ribcage open. Knows exactly what to fucking do with the bits inside. We satisfied with that?
And for the record, wild women are also available.
Yeah. God, they can step on me.
This is going to be like the Amazonian style woman. It's like you're walking through the woods and you're just like, "Mummy," as she's like 7 foot tall above you. Like, "Oh, hello."
You just hear boom, boom. It's her footsteps. The fighter plus craftsman. Yeah, it makes absolute sense that they're just a generic smith. I don't think smith is the right word, though. Well, I think some sort of like weapon master.
It depends because it depends how we're going to want to go with it. Because if we're still going to split up the bowyer, the next one down is the ones they make bows, they make arrows, which is it's like the woodworking, that kind of skill set.
See, I like the idea, right? That like these sort of people, like they have access to the crafting recipes, but there's every possibility that these weapons break during the process, and like very strong possibilities they won't be able to work with like the materials. But like if you become like a smith, you know what you're doing.
Yeah, you actually understand how to nap the flint properly.
Remove all disadvantage if you've got like the smith class. Remove all disadvantage if you've got the bowyer class.
Is it maybe if you were just the fighter or the hunter on its own, if you found the thing, like if you found as a hunter ranger some of the leftover pieces of flint from someone else working, you could fashion it into an arrow, no problem.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't be able to make the flint, and you would be using very, very basic sticks. You wouldn't be making, so there'd be like a -2 penalty for using your own arrows at that point because they're not straight. They're kind of wobbly. They've not got fletching or anything. They're gonna be like hit or miss, literally.
I reckon the DM at that point can also be like, okay, you've gained access to the crafts book. Like, if you become a crafting class, like anything along the crafting branch, you can use a crafting book. Which is just like, it's just a side resource for players, but like, in universe it means that like these characters would like have a general idea in their head of how to build something.
Yeah, so maybe you get some like very basic things yourself, but other than that, you would need to maybe talk to one of the Fate Weavers, who are the lore keepers of the crafts, to say, "Look, I know how to use flint. I know how to do like work with wood, but teach me how you use it to do this, and then you can make that thing in the future." Because it also then kind of means that maybe you can experiment on your own, but it just takes longer. So like maybe if you're having like an extended like 2-week break, you can experiment and have a chance to succeed on the thing you're wanting to do on your own. But if you spoke to someone that already knew it, one of the lore keepers, they'd be able to say, "Oh yeah, just like use this, 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 and this." And it takes you a couple of days to learn how. You might not be good at it, but you know how to do it. And so it takes a lot less time in game.
I think rogue craftsman might be some sort of like trapper or poisoner.
Yeah, trapper would. Because that still does kind of like sticking with the hunter archetype as well. Oh no, I peed one too many times in this word. There we go.
I saw someone in chat whose ears just perked up.
Hi, Jazzy.
Sigil wielder plus barbarian. Now, this is someone who I think is like attuned to the idea of war paint. Like, this is the barbarian that like paints their like body with like red markings and stuff. And like maybe this actually makes them like super strong. I don't think Rune Rager is the right one because it's not runes.
Yeah, the only reason I went with it was for the alliteration, with it being a barbarian raging.
Hey, you could put Warpaint Warrior.
True. I think what else there could be.
I actually really like the other three suggestions you got there: Beast Slayer, Beast Tamer, and a Brawler. Like, that fits. That checks.
Well, yeah, because Barbarian and a Hunter Fighter, they're going to be strong, they're going to be killing the beasts. The Ranger is going to know more about the animals themselves and is probably going to try taming them.
Balls. They will have balls. So if they're going to have corner balls a wolf, they'll be like, shush, shush, and like toss them some like food and be like, that's it. You're mine now.
It's like there's an old oh god, I can't remember the fucking name of the film now. It's like a Conan the Barbarian style person that just happens to have like a wolf companion and a bird companion. And no, it's not Far Cry Primal. It was before that. It's like from the same era of Conan and Barbarian, but that's the kind of thing I'm thinking of. I think he was a beast tamer.
I feel like I remember that.
I've got a feeling the film might actually be called Beast Tamer or something along those lines. And that's the kind of thing I think, big, beefy person who's like, I've been in the wilds, I can do all this. And they can, like, intimidate the animals into being their friends, essentially. It's like, I know how to make that animal, come over to my side because it's the better option. Whether it be the understanding of the ranger of being able to, like, feed them certain things and, animal friendship style, or the barbarian side of the, I'm bigger than you, I'm in charge, you follow me. And then Brawler, it's just like, they're a big barbarian.
I'm trying to fucking survive out here.
Yeah, I'm trying to survive out here. And it's like they're using slightly underhanded things, so that they're the ones that are like going to be kicking up dust into people's eyes and trying to wrestle them into like certain positions to make it easier to beat them to death. And they have no qualms whatsoever about giving you a rabbit punch to the back of the head.
So we can move past bees now because I like what we got going. Just the name of the barbarian so it doesn't confuse us in future. The Rune Rager, I mean.
Yeah.
Sigil Wielder plus Fighter. This is something I would name the Warden if we didn't already have one. These are already such fun-sounding classes to play. Hi, Jazzy. We're just talking about you.
Yeah, we were just talking about you.
Jazzy, I got those phantom cuts on my hand last night. It's one of those weird things where, like, randomly the ghosts come for you, I think. Okay, sigil-wielding fighter. So this is someone who's, like, out there trying to, like, fight beasts and stuff, but, like, learning about sigils and stuff. Are they painting their weapons? Probably.
That's what I was thinking. Maybe that they're,
good
like...
things, depending... I hope. Absolutely. We're talking about how you are our favourite little guy.
Yes. It's exactly what we were saying.
And how I love you so much. Jazzy helped me remember one of my childhood trauma, like, video games.
Oh, God.
It's fucking Rayman 2.
I never played any of the Raymans.
Right? Men.
I think that, well, the Hunter is probably... They probably know, like, a few different sigils, and it's, like, to give certain effect to their weapon.
Yeah. But they couldn't be an enchanter, could they? Could they?
They could be.
Engraver, though. No, because, like, you can't really engrave wooden weapons.
I mean, you can, but it would weaken them.
And here's the thing. The sigils are more like paint.
Yeah.
You be looking? You watching anime? We should hang out sometime, baby. We absolutely will. I've just been working myself to the bone recently, I think. I've been liking it, though. I'm kind of kinky for that, though.
I mean, like, I like working sheep as bone.
I can't take a day to myself right now. I just gotta be doing this. This feels good.
This is a thing for you, though.
This is
something you're This is like something that's really in your heart, though, as well. So
Isn't it in yours?
Oh, it's in mine, but I mean, this is like this started off as like your and Ginger's baby.
This is our
so
baby.
This is like close to your heart sort of thing of like, it's not just work. This is fun.
Yeah. If you want time, I can always drop in one day and give you brain rot. Zazie, you would never rot my brain. I would always be perfectly happy with you in my head. Give me your hair, Jazzy. I'm gonna, like, implant it into my head so you're always with me. That's some freak shit. Hope you enjoy your anime, Jazzy. Now, how do you paint a weapon? Let me see if there's, like, a thing for that. Weapon painting.
I mean, it makes sense if it's blades and stuff, but we don't have access to iron yet.
I'll provide another type of DNA. I mean, have fun. I love you. Historical weapon painting. Historical weapon painting. Like, there has to be someone who did it. It's the most famous weapon in art history. It's kind of symbolizing that. No. Historical usage of paint on weapons. Techniques of decoration of arms and armor. Is this an essay? Oh, Christ.
Oh,
Coloring. A frequent armor technique is coloring of certain areas of the entire surface of an office by means of paint. Lacquer? No. Or covering with textiles? No. I'm just thinking about paint. Secured to the surface by glue, stitching, or rivets. Surfaces and components made of iron and steel could also be painted either by heat or chemically, as well as gilding. What's gilding? Refers to the process of applying extreme thin sheets of gold. Okay. Heating metal produces coloration on the surface, which changes from yellow to purple. Your techniques of decorating arms and armor with paint were certainly known in antiquity, but today no surviving objects appear to date before the 13th century.
Yeah, the problem is a lot of the things that they would use for painting would not survive. They would rot away.
Mm.
You know, there's a reason why we don't find many clothes in sort of like burial mounds and stuff. We find flint, but we don't find wood. We don't find clothing. Mainly because that shit's rotted away.
Such like a perfect one. Chiseling, carving. It
could be carving.
Because like these weapons, if you carve into like the hilt of a wooden like weapon, it's gonna shatter and splinter. If you carve into like a flint head, it's gonna be so non-durable.
Well, no, for the flint, you won't be able to carve into the flint probably, but you would be able to carve into the wood to a certain degree. You can't like really dig in and gouge like chunks out, but you could like write on there. It'll be awkward, but you could, if you've made yourself a proper shaft for the weapon, you could carve it.
You could just call them a weapon decorator, but like have the decorations mean something. Like you could have like options available to you, like I want to carve like symbols into my weapon, or I want to like paint my weapon, and like depending like what rune they put on the weapon, like it does more damage. Like, this comes into, like, sigils in general still.
I'd be like just sigil carver.
But what the fuck do you do with a ranger here? Now, the ranger here, I feel like, is someone who's going to walk through nature, right? They're not going to apply the sigils to anything themselves. I think they're going to apply it to trees around them. The forest, for nature, like, depending on where they are. Like the rocks on the snow.
Yeah.
There's some form of, like, arcane hunter, I can't... Sigil hunter? It seems a bit silly. You know what I mean?
I'm trying to think. Pathfinder?
Pathfinder could work, but I feel like there's no implication of magic in it.
Yeah. I was thinking they could have been using their sigils to, like, mark trees, to, like, do directions and stuff. But anyone could carve into a tree for that. It's just, how does them being a sigil wielder make that important?
So you gotta think about this naturally. If you become a sigil wielder, you're someone who, like, works with paints, right? But if you become a sigil wielder and a ranger, you're someone who works with the paints, and you're someone who's, like, wanting to pick things off at a distance.
It could be something like, I mean, at the moment, in our world, what we have are all those, like, forest areas that we think are natural. You have people that are trained on how to look after the woods. So they know what to look for in the trees to make sure the trees are healthy. They can understand when a tree needs to go because it's going to start affecting anything nearby.
What if it affects the arrows?
I mean, I don't doubt it would affect the arrows, but I'm thinking, like, what if they're sort of, like, looking after the wood, not just, like, hunting the woods, but they're caring for the woods as well. Not so much in terms of there being a druid, but just, like, they know that to be a hunter and continue looking after the place, they need to make sure the woods stay healthy. So they're like a woodsman, woodskeeper.
The problem is there's
thing.
not woods everywhere in the world.
Ah, that's true. And groundskeeper just brings up images of a Scottish person at a school.
What about some form of protector, guardian? We can't have nature guardian. That's definitely going to be a druid thing in a bit.
Yeah. That could be what happens when the sigil wielder and druid mixes.
Yeah, almost certainly. Like, that is...
Yeah,
like, write down druid next, because that's it, you cracked it.
Because it's like a more advanced version of the warden. Hey, Darlow.
Hey, Darlow. Hey, Cherry, I'm up at 50k points on your chat. Fuck you.
Oh, wow. I'm at 135k on yours.
Oh. We're making our tabletop RPG, Bella. It's interesting times. We're currently working through the class system and class combinations. Because we want them to be, like, sort of fun.
Yeah, we also want to have... Like, a lot of these are also going to be probably not that useful in terms of, like, skill sets, but they're probably going to be fun to RP. And that's one of the things that I think we'd mentioned before. We want this to be fun, not just to be roll the dice, this occurs sort of thing. Like, we want it to be have fun.
Do you really think a lot of people are going to be picking the naturalist or the trapper?
Yeah.
Do you think anyone's going to care to, like, pick the bowyer?
people are going to be wanting to play Primordial David Attenborough.
Yeah.
And here we see
the
Megalovis tight. Here we see the long legs.
It's
shit!
Me.
Oh shit! Run away! Run away! I can't whisper for long. It's chewing my face.
And that's how we lost Sir David Attenborough. It was long legs.
It's prehistory, Dollo. The rise of humanity, rise of all of the races to being sentient and learning things.
We have just had sort of like mass sapient. Hey, here's a great fucking idea that I didn't think of before. And I'm really surprised that I didn't, Sherry, and it's actually really annoying me that this is my first thought about this. What if the cat god of evolution was like the point sapience was brought to us?
I figured that's what the case was going to be, that they turn up and then all of the things...
And that explains why all of these races can exist at the same point. Like, we've got dolphins and like squid in real life, and they're like really intelligent, but they're not like smart enough.
Yeah, all the continents gain their creature. It's like whichever is the most like suitable creature on the continent gains the sapience. And possibly some that are not quite, and then they have to like fight each other on the continent.
Yeah, like
in the same way we had like Homo sapiens and Homo neanderthalis and all those. One of us came out on top. The other ones disappeared into like the reaches of our DNA because they got kinky with us early on in the timeline. But yeah, I kind of figured that's what was going to happen anyway. That that the evolution of all this sapiens turning up at the same time was the gods did something. It wasn't just one of them turned up and then another one turned up a few hundred years later. It's like no, all this stuff happened at once, and it was either all of the gods got together and decided to do it to help maybe fight against the cat god in the first place, or it was the cat god that did it, and all the other gods are like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. We need to go down and talk to these things. We need to make sure they're on our side and they're not working for the cat god.
Like, this is why we're about to hit an ice age. Shit's about to get rough. I think we could just put Protector for this for now. If we do want to come back to it, we can try and rename it later, but the general idea is this is someone who's got, like, they have reach, and they have, like, sigils that tell them things. Maybe they can lay their sigils down as, like, traps to, like, alert them if someone's, like, crossed a threshold. It's like, this is someone who can comfortably fall asleep in the salt flats after, like, laying, like, a bunch of sigils down and being like, okay, as long as nothing trips these, we'll be fine.
Yeah, this is the thing that if a long leg steps on it, the long leg explodes. Or just like sinks into the ground and they can't move anymore. They have to give up the leg and run the fuck away. It's like one of the few things in the world that the long legs does not want to deal with. Is a protector.
Like, a protector is someone who doesn't just, like, understand the land, they use the land. And they use the land through sigils. Now, the Brawl is going to be difficult for us, but I feel like a lot of rogue sort of classes are going to be difficult for us because we're not really roguish people. You got to think, how does someone who's trying to survive no matter what harness sigils? What about...
They stole them?
What if they enslave beasts? It's kind of a, like, leap. Like, I'm just thinking about this class that, like, paints a sigil onto, like, a sleeping, like... Drakeling.
What if it's more of a because we'd always said like the rogue was the manipulator one. They will write things out and make the basically like not so much mind control but coercion.
So, yeah, I don't think it's so much coercion. I like the idea that they can manipulate a bunch of things. Like if they need to, they can like warp the land a bit, maybe. Like they can lay down a sigil of like length between like targets, and like if someone's trying to charge them down. Like, it might seem like it's taking a little longer, because they're just, like, bending, like, sigils.
Yeah. or they like put a sigil on the ground that makes the ground a little bit more gooey,
damp. Yeah.
So that they can run off, drop the sigil down quickly, carry on running, and whoever's chasing them can't catch up.
So we call him a manipulator.
Yeah.
See, we're getting our ideas. Now comes the most difficult bit.
The Hunter Fighter Hunter Ranger is going to be like...
This is like the true sort of like warrior.
Like
this is like the warrior. This is the warrior.
Yeah, this is like the one who like protects the clan. They like
we found the warrior class.
Yay! We found the fighters.
Because like warriors start with bows, or the option to start with bows, I should say. In D&D, it makes sense. Like, why wouldn't a warrior keep a bow at hand? Or like if you're especially edgy, a crossbow.
Ooh. Well, no, crossbows wouldn't have been invented yet.
No, God, yeah, no.
Crossbows involve a bit too much engineering for primordial worlds.
That might be like a late game drop. Like, that might be like, you've ascended to godhood, here's your weapon, the crossbow.
Yeah. Or it's like one of those things that, you have to be like, you can't get it unless you know, like, a master, like a master bowyer, like the Hunter Ranger craftsman or something.
The bowyer probably could, yeah.
It's like the one that's like, oh, yeah, okay, yeah, I'm level 20 in both of these fucking classes. Bring it to me. What do you want?
I want to be Rovo. It requires you to be level 20 to do that shit. I don't want anyone like saying, oh, well, since I'm a bowyer now I can craft that. No. You have to be maximum level to craft that.
See, don't worry, doll. Each of these aren't like the prestige classes of 3.5. They're just like a bonus that happens. So, like, if you take some levels in Lawkeeper and then you multi-class to Craftsman, you just become a Fate Weaver. It's not like an extra level on top of it. You just get some extra bonuses to your skill sets.
Yeah. The idea here as well that I really sort of like genuinely appreciate is this kind of does encourage people to like branch out a bit. And like the thing is, we've developed our classes around the idea that like this could be your base, right? This is where your base is at. This is how you apply your skills to the world. You know? Like, you go out into the world and the thing that gets you through is that you're a barbarian. But you might genuinely need something else to like get you by. Maybe you'll learn about like sigil wielding. Like from the old man of the town who's got like a shack that's painted in such glorious colours. And he teaches you sigils, and because of that, you can like give yourself war paint that makes you even stronger. And that's what gets you through. Or like if you start out as like again, like you start out as a hunter. And you are in Karma. Thank you so much for the raid. Let me give you a quick little shout out. I hope you had a good stream. Are you still on Assassin's Creed Unity? I wouldn't be able to check because Stream Elements is broken. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for the raid. We're doing some D&D world work today. We're doing some tabletop RPG work today. No D&D in sight here. Although we did just find for Warrior. You finished Unity? I'm glad to hear it. How buggy was it? I'm genuinely curious because I don't think they ever patched that one properly.
Donlo raises a good point. Are we having this based on an XP leveling or a milestone thing? So, like,
I think it's milestone by default, honestly.
Yeah, maybe let it sort of like. I mean, to be honest, there's no harm having it so that both systems will work. You can like have it as XP based and say, here's the table of XP. If the DM wants to put in the effort to think of like encounters that will level people up at the right rates, then by all means they can. Or if you want to go with the more RP thing of the, okay, we don't give a shit about experience here, you've just overcome a major thing. Congratulations, you've leveled up.
Here's the thing, I myself can't be fucking bothered putting in like the XP leveling system. It wasn't very actually, was the end of the story, to be honest. The game was surprisingly smooth. I'm actually surprised about that. But you hate the end of the story, like what the fuck? Hey, don't worry about it. Next, you've got Assassin's Creed Syndicate. You get guns in that game, I think. And the guns are actually good. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid, and I hope you had a lovely stream. We're just sort of nodding out here. Hopefully the vibe is nice and chill for you, and some of these ideas here today might give you some inspiration.
Or we can, co-opt your ideas if you mention something fun in chat. And we can go...
if we're like, God, how would that combine? And you're like, oh, would it combine like this? And we're like, it combines like this. Yes.
And we just coincidentally just go, oh yes, and that's what Elle said. Yeah, that's exactly what we're thinking. Steal, 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 steal.
None of your name is wrote in the credits. I'll just put, and also with special thanks to Twitch chat for the help.
The class the furries will go to. The class the furries will go to is
Beast Tamer.
Beast Tamer, but also any of them that involve being one of the player races that are probably going to end up being the furries themselves.
Yeah, we got like bird guys on the mind. We got like a couple of fish races, I think.
I'm assuming, to be honest, we're probably going to end up having cat people and various. Mm-hmm. If we're going to go with the whatever the largest, like the most advanced species on the continents were. Gain sapience.
Mm-hmm.
That could well be a number of things. We could like specifically say, well, okay, in this area, it's like maybe the orcs were originally like a type of warthog, and that's why they have like the weird tusks and the weird face. Is because they came from something that had those.
Something that we absolutely don't want to do is end up blowing our load too much. On like older races, we want to save some stuff for the Ice Age and stuff going forwards. Yeah, the game just seemed like a sent predictable breeze towards the end. No, I'm sorry, it was like that for you. They get better with their stories, more or less.
They get better with their stories because they start going, "Hey, you're a pirate now. Forget the rest of it. We don't care. You're a pirate. Enjoy the shanties." And then everyone plays as a pirate and then goes, oh shit, yeah, this is an Assassin's Creed game, isn't it? I'd best go murder someone.
That was just Assassin's Creed 4, though. It was a pirate game and they forgot.
It was a pirate game that they also just happened to have in an Assassin's Creed area.
Okay. So Fighter Rogue is tricky to me. This is someone who is ready to throw hands, but someone who's also ready to get the fuck out of there. Right? This is someone who wants to survive, but wants to take something down. This is some form of, like, strategy focus, I think. It depends what side you lean.
It's probably going to, like, get closer to the stereotypical idea of the rogue in an RP, which is they can fight and they're the backstabby type of fighter. They're going to be the ones that are trying to get to the blind spots. They're going to be trying, like, doing everything they can to get the upper hand.
Yeah.
They're not just going to be relying on brute strength, they're going to be relying on their cunning stats.
This is where we'd write Rogue if we didn't already have Rogue. Ice Age expansion race, Snowman. Based on Yeti's Abominable Snowman, etc. Yeah, no. You're excited for Syndicate now? That was the one I remember sinking a lot of hours into back in the day. It was a good time for me. You should go around London and you go bang, 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 and you shoot people. What are you feeling, Shmurioni? Well, let's think about how you get to where you are now. You either start as a warrior who needs to, like, play underhanded, right? You become a rogue because you want to play underhanded.
Yeah.
You want to get the upper hand. Or you start as a rogue
out as someone who like,
needs to, like, be backed into the corner.
Yeah, maybe you start out, you're trying to survive because something happened, and then you get to a position in your life that you're like, oh shit, I don't need to fight to survive now? I could just fight to do to do the things I want to do instead of like, fighting to survive no matter what. I can, choose to fight for every other reason under the sun.
Mm-hmm. Like, this is someone who's very sort of like world-wise. Like, they're not so good with nature stuff, but they know how to like get by. They're like, if they see like there's a dead animal laying out in the open, they probably know better than to go and like test that shit. Like, that thing didn't just drop dead. Oh, hi, Ginger.
Oh, Ginger.
Guess that falls under hunter
like
range.
Why are you in a tunnel?
Am I?
Yes.
Not to me, he's not.
I know, it's specifically for me. I've been having this tech audio today.
That's weird, man. Is your headphone like in a jack, like plugged in wire based?
Okay, just unplugged everything and plugged it back in. What's going on now?
Okay, so if I start yelling sex, will I sound like I'm in a tunnel? It
still sounds like you're in a tunnel. Yeah.
Perfect.
Is it just on Discord?
No, I had this audio issue in Fallout. I thought it was just the game. No, it's my actual.
Try rotating the plug that's in the jack just a little bit.
There could also be weird settings in the actual like sound setting part of Windows, because there's like the enhancements you can have on there. Something might have for some reason got turned on.
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
Hi.
Say again?
Hello.
It's NVIDIA Broadcast.
Oh, God.
Oh, NVIDIA.
It was
Hello,
picking
NVIDIA.
up your headphones, huh?
Well, so am I not supposed to set my like sound settings like in actual Windows to NVIDIA Broadcast?
Just your microphone.
Oh shit!
Yeah, I've never used NVIDIA Broadcast, so I wouldn't know.
There's no reason to filter any sound that's coming into your headphones. Just
so
the sound that's coming through your microphone.
Should I just hit default device on audio output then?
I think you can just turn that off, right?
I don't know how to turn it off.
Microphone, speakers. You got noise removal on, is that it?
It's back again.
Turn it off. At least you narrowed
I
it
switched
down
it off
quickly.
Oh no! Now you're just doubled.
Hi.
Oh my god! Oh my god! I hate this. I actually hate this.
Echo.
Hello?
Echo.
I hate this so much. Try it again.
Hey. Rogue Ranger, maybe like Watcher or Beast Stalker. Pathfinder.
It works now.
Is Pathwalker's copyright? No, that's not a bad idea at all, Al. Rogue Ranger.
Wait, are you guys? Are you guys live?
Yeah.
Oh, I feel like such an asshole now. I didn't think you were live.
Dude, I would not mind at all having you hop in here any day of the week.
Oh my god.
Hey.
At least you didn't come in here yelling gamer words.
Yeah, man. We know you like to say slurs behind closed doors.
No, I don't. Please stop saying that.
It is a joke. But yeah, we're currently working on the sheet here, Gingy. Take a look. We came up with the system of class combinations.
Oh my god, there's so much I had to read through in this.
No. Just take a look at the screen share, and we'll talk you through it.
Yeah, to be fair, you could.
I don't talk about the text channels.
From the screen, you can also ignore one of the triangles because they are just like copies because of the nature of the grid things.
I'm sure there was a smarter way of doing this, but Cherry didn't. Wink.
This is the way I was doing it to keep track of it myself, because this is how you normally do these combinations of two different things to make sure you don't like mess things up.
You never have bad ideas, let's joke. Sure. No, but we're trying to combine right now the ideas of the rogue, who's just a fighter trying to get by, and the actual fighter, who is someone who is fighting for like more than that.
Rogue Warrior.
Maybe we've even inferred for Rogue wrong. Maybe they are just a fighter who wants to do it more cunningly already. And what does that mean when they combine with more of a fighter?
Well, don't forget when we said rogue, that was just like a very generic term we'd attached to it. We hadn't really thought of like a specific. We just knew they were the trickster kind of hunter. They were the sneaky ones. I mean, naturally,
Swashbuckler, duelist, fog. These are good ones. Maybe duelist sounds right to me, in a sense that this person could like take something on now on their like own, probably.
Like their specialty is fencing.
If fencing exists in this universe, yeah.
And you do also have to remember that we are currently working on the principle of everything is made of flint and wood.
Like if you've got metal, it's very
everybody
worked.
It's like at this point,
I was gonna say, like, would the dwarves not have entered at least like the Copper Age?
No, the dwarves don't technically exist yet. I was thinking they're more like men of the mountain for now, until like they're forced to work with those sort of materials.
At this point, it's basically just a shiny metal they probably make jewelry out of.
Yeah, it's probably either they found some pieces of it in a river that just naturally got worn out of a rock through erosion, or it's meteoric iron that they found and gone, oh, this is heavy.
I like to imagine they pan for gold, not knowing what gold even is. They just see, ooh, shiny.
They don't realize how rare it is. It's just like, oh, this is really cool, and they just stick it on stuff.
Yeah, they just have gold on it, like not refined gold, just like gold nuggets and shit, just on stuff. It's like, oh yeah, Bjorn has a shiny. How big is his shiny? It's about the size of his thumb.
Well, to be fair, it's only a similar thing to I mean, there are some sort of like cultures out there right now that are still sort of like in their keeping with their own traditions, and they've adopted plastics not as a utensil or anything, but they use them to make plastic beads for decorating stuff. So it'd be a similar thing to they found gold. The dwarves have found these weird like shiny gold things in the river that are quite soft. You can make a hole through them. They've made them into they've attached them to some sinew and made a little tiny necklace out of it, not realizing the amount of value they're walking around with. They're just shiny stone.
Yeah. Let's do the Ranger Rogue first. Give us a little less of a headache. Ranger Rogue is the cunning sort of Pathfinder, like Elle said, I think. I really do like the name Watcher that you threw out, Al. I think Watcher sounds good. Because, this is someone who has a keen eye and doesn't have to, use it. You know what I mean? They have a keen eye and a keen grip on a bow. And, they know how to stalk the shadows. The Watcher sounds right to me. But we did manage to invent the Warrior Ginger. It's a combination of the Ranger and Fight class.
Boromir.
So Ranger Rogue would be watching the camp in a hidden spot far away. That's your thought process. No, yeah, it makes sense for the camp, especially if they're having war intentions between another camp. Is that they would probably have some guys on the outside of town, making sure that they've got a watch going on, and these would be the elite sort of scouts.
And also, it's probably going to fit in with the rogue because since they know the sneaky bits of the trade because of how they grew up and how they've been as they progress through their story, they would know the tricks that people use to be sneaky. So they would be. That's why they're the Watcher, because they know where they would come in. It's like if I had to sneak into this place, I would go over there or over there. No one else is looking over there though, because they they aren't a watcher. They're just a dude with a bow.
Yeah.
So that they're using their like previous rogue skills in a more constructive way to try and be less sneaky.
We actually do already have a brawler on Narelle. Had an idea for a sellsword, but that's a bit too advanced. Sellsword's not necessarily too advanced. Like, it does depend on the setting. Like,
I guess you could just call them like lost ones, wild ones, rogue ones, like basically people who have just like abandoned their tribe and are now just drifting about.
Maybe duelist does work for now. Again, we put protector until we could come up with a sort of name for the ranger sigil wielder.
Yeah.
Like, the idea is that this is someone who can take you on, like, on their own. Because they are, like, aware of their skills, and they are cautionary.
I mean, there's always just the idea of just going with just simple strategist.
I would say, yeah, strategists are just like experience. Like if you've lived this long in a world where fighting basically gets you killed almost instantly, you have to have some sort of skill with you.
Someone's in the middle of the battlefield but does underhanded things to maximize their kill count. Yeah, maybe they are some sort of like strategist. I like that you've turned that red so that we can
like a
remember
morekeeper fighter. Gotcha.
Lawkeeper fighter is an endurer, which is someone who definitely knows their shit. So yeah, you're right there.
Oralu.
Yeah, we can move on to the other things now. And by other things, I mean the magic classes. God help us.
Yeah, we definitely have not quite got to there yet.
Can we move to Druid foremost?
So if I'm reading this correctly, if I'm reading how this grid works correctly, a barbarian craftsman is a wild man.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Like, this is someone who goes out into nature and, like, they know their shit. Like, they can tear open, like, a beast with their bare hands and, like, they know what they're doing with the organs and stuff and, like, the pelts.
Also, I love the idea of a barbarian lorekeeper making a war dancer. We need to have more of those. Yeah. Battle dancers are awesome.
You see, the reason I went with that is because in one of my own settings, I've actually got... There's only a few of them, but there was a bunch of weapons made that when you used them, they sang. Like, literally, they had holes in that when you swung the blade, it would whistle.
I really like what you just said.
I saw a similar concept in another campaign that I wasn't a part of, but I watched. Somebody was a battle dancer, and they were like a goofy type character. They had one of their legs amputated, and the other leg was a peg leg. And they had I don't know if you guys know what katars are. They're
spinning top.
I don't know if you know what katars are, but they're basically like punch daggers. But they were like sword length, and they would whistle as he like spun around like a spinning Beyblade, essentially.
Yeah. But yeah, Elle had the idea that a druid lawkeeper would be like a tree reader. This would absolutely be someone who like gleaned information from like the forest.
He speaks to the Ents. You know how like the wildlings in Game of Thrones can talk to giants, or at least some of them can.
Yeah.
These guys can talk to the Ents.
I got a mild worry just then that maybe there wouldn't be any forests, but I do remember we have put vegetation all over Lorax. It's Lorax.
It's the Lorax. Please don't type Lorax.
I speak for the trees.
The trees can speak for themselves. They'll rip you in half if you fuck up their forest.
In a modern era, we can use the Rings of Tree to learn a lot about their history. Yeah, like, maybe a druid can be someone who can, like, really sort of read into, like, what the bark says about the tree. And, like, feel the history of the forest. Primordial Lawkeeper Incest or something. We'll get to the Primordial in a bit. I feel like we should lay out the other types of channelers first. Like, we want
Do we have a Firekeeper?
That would be a that would be part of Primordia, or possibly like deity. Like, if you channel the infernal deity, or like if you just channel the spirit of fire, basically.
I'm trying to just think of like what would be the most basic concepts that like early like tribals would worship. I'm like, oh, they'd probably worship fire.
Wait, we probably need to work this out real quick before we go forwards. I can see a lot of cases of people drawing power from like the world innately, or like their gods through a form of channeling. And there are a lot of the same powers. Like, you could channel the elements like through the gods, or you could channel them like normally. You know what I mean? Like, is worshipping a deity just something that we add on to the end of something?
Oh,
You know what I mean?
that's some fucking Mandalorian speech right there. The Mandalorians had a god of war that they worshipped back in ancient times, but then there was a new order of Mandalorians called like the Neo Crusaders or something like that. And they thought that directly worshipping the deity itself was a form of idolatry, and the act of war itself was worship enough.
Like, I was just thinking, like, we make them the same spells for like both things. Like, to save us from having to add a bunch of other sort of like classes, like a fire worshiper or something. Like, we could simply put like channeler / innate fire, channeler / innate spirit, channeler / innate water. You know what I mean? What's happening? We're working on our TTRPG. Hi, George. Water, nature, druid, earth, ancestors, proto, necromancy. We kind of got stuff like that. Don't worry about it. You could do actual death worship / necromancy as well. We sort of have that. We need to revisit that field though.
Yeah, we had like one specific one that we thought up regarding a certain area that is like bathed in fire. It's a huge lava field.
See, I like the idea that if you want a god in this world, you will have to worship them. They will provide you a buff, but I think maybe possibly a nerf too. Like, if you're worshipping the god of fire, maybe it makes you like stronger physically, but maybe it also like lowers your damage threshold. Maybe you're like quicker to take hits. Like the flame that burns twice as bright burns half as long.
Or maybe like talking about what we were speaking about the other day. Maybe you just like you need to eat a lot more a day.
Maybe it just kills you really fast. It just like genuinely burns your life out.
So subtract 20 from your max in the life.
Giant. Stop being giant. Stop being giant.
But yeah, like these are two elements of the same thing. I think the gods are just something we add on to the side.
He's scary. Oh, he's scary.
Huh. Oh.
When are you going to make that one? When are you going to make that one derpy version of your model that doesn't have the bangs and it like you have your eyes and your eyebrows like lowered?
It's not happening.
It's not happening. It's such an easy edit though.
It might happen one day. Should we get the long legs out of here?
Look at this.
That's Shmirioni.
Oh, that's just your tits.
They're not yet. They're just blue lumps.
Okay, so instead of channeler, we can just have magic elementals and stuff. So like, we can start with an elementalist, right? As the first thing. And I don't think there's anything that's going to need us to change that. But then, like, when we get to combining elementalists and druids, that could be very interesting. Like, how does a druid worship the fire and also the forest? I guess that's something they have to work out.
Well, I mean, that could be something along the lines of they understand that some forests require a good burn every now and then to make the forests stay healthy.
Yeah.
They worship the wildfire.
Once again, drawing to the inspiration of Nausicaa in the Valley of the Wind, they burn their trees down, but only if they're infected with the poison.
We should put in as well, the Warlock exists as a, there's someone who hears dark voices, essentially, from the void. So they're kind of like the opposite of the astrologer. World Sun / Light Worship be different than fire, since the populace doesn't know the sun equals fire. Yeah, it would. You're absolutely correct. Would the Warlock exist being called a Warlock?
Nah, probably not. I don't know what it'd be called, though.
I quite like the idea that the Warlock is what you'd call the Star-Touched. That they were hearing the voices of the outsiders.
Now, here's the thing, because, like, we have the outsiders from space, which is just the cosmic unraveling entity, right? But then you do have voices infiltrating the world that do mean harm. You know? So, like, maybe the Warlock genuinely is both of those things. Maybe there's someone who fell upon the voices. Yeah. And then, like, another magic class would be, like, imprinted upon. Like, you were either imprinted upon by the stars or, like, the void, or maybe, like, the element spoke to you. Or something. Like, magic was forced into you.
I mean,
you know?
Void... If we're going
to
keep the languages the same, like, have the Star-Touched and the Void-Touched.
Yeah.
And it just is, you know, who's talking in the back of your mind is what differentiates you.
Whisper Mage. Haunted One? Haunted One is pretty good. Because, like, they would probably always hear whispers on, like, the edge of their hearing.
Would this not just be a shaman?
This could be a shaman when you combine it with a druid.
Ooh, yes.
So this is someone who hears whispers, whereas there's going to be someone else who's, like, sort of, like, imprinted upon. Like, and stuff. I think Mooncaster could be an expansion class, maybe like an anti-stars or dark magic. Yeah, I'm thinking, like, a lot of stuff that like, there's things we can add on. Like, I wanted to add a gem magic ages ago, but, like, looking at it now, like, if that's not part of what we're already adding here, we'll add it later, you know?
Well, to be fair, that could be part of, like, the sigil wielder, the runecrafter bit. You know, they're putting their runes onto stones, and then they can eventually, once they've got enough skill, start putting them onto gems to make them stronger.
See, when we get around to the Ice Age, maybe that's when we can start making, like, tier 3 and tier 4 classes. Like, there's every possibility you could start the game as a brawler. Like, no one's stopping you.
Yeah, it's going to be down to, like, DM discretion.
Mm-hmm.
But all that would essentially need to be for you to start as a brawler is the campaign starts at level 2, and you get a level of barbarian and a level of rogue, and boom, you're now a brawler. Everyone gets to start with 2 levels. You can choose whether you want to do the 1-on-1 and have yourself a expanded class, or do you want to just go, like, 2 levels of Lawkeeper and then expand later on. It's up to you.
Okay. Yeah, I think Haunted One is the best we got here, Al. For, like, this class. There's, like, someone who is haunted by whispers. Like, this is how you could play into, like, spirits, too. Like, when you write this class out, this is a class that's got a lot of, like, stuff at their disposal. Just like law keepers and, like, craftsmen. This class has, like, a very deep sheet of, like, what you can do. Likewise, when it comes to, like, warriors and stuff, and this was something I've noticed, like, playing D&D, there's not a lot of, like, pre-written rules that sort of, like, help you deal with, like, big shit. Like, if big shit is fighting you and you can't get through their AC, you're dead. You know? But, like, in this, like, you could have, like, moves that are, like, knock the side of their armor. And stuff. Like, do a lot of, like, bludgeoning and, like, sort of, like, hit the armor straight on, and, like, the beast just sort of, like, recoils because it's taken a lot of, like, bludgeon. You know? Just ways that you can, like, sneak attacks through. So we got the Elementalist. And we got the Haunted one. Who, again, can read either, the voices of the void or the voices from beyond. A primordial mage would definitely wield, like, a lot of sort of, like, base magic. Like, there's someone who could either, like, use power to, like, just shoot fire from their hands if they wanted, by just, like, fucking putting force into the air around them. Or, like, drive more strength into their fists. Or stuff like that. It's, like, practical magic. Yeah, we can just take that as, like, primordial... Just... Primordia mage. With its own, like, subcategories, like... And then, like, finally, I think you have the, I think it would be best to just call them Imprinted. Imprinted Arcana. Because now, like, from left to right, you've got Elementalist, who's either an innate sorcerer who's channeling a power that's just, like, natural to them. Or maybe they studied it. Or maybe they're worshipping their god. You've got the Haunted one that's, like... It represents, like, someone who's listening to voices and trying to infer them. Like, they are channeling, in most cases. But, like, when you come to Imprinted, that's when, like, these outside forces are just, like, forced into you. And it's like, you have always been this way.
Yeah, it could be like, you know, you are 4 years old and then suddenly one god or some spirit or something has gone, you have power now. You don't know how to cope with this. Have fun.
It is entirely possible as well that you could be in a situation where it's like, you were conceived through just a fucking ritual. Like, the druids, like, had a fucking ritual with you in a forest and shit. And, like, you have thenceforth been, like, inclined towards nature, or maybe you were inclined towards fire. Maybe you were chosen for this. Like, it makes you potentially very strong in that case.
We baptized you in tree sap.
Yeah. But a primordial mage isn't someone who's using, like, the elements, but they are pulling forth power that's, like, inherent, like, within themselves. Like, I want to say just pure magic. It's like maybe some people learn to, like, hone it. Maybe you could even put the monk somewhere here as, like, someone who has naturally learned to hone, like, an inner magic potential, but still is, like, a fighter.
Well, it could be that. That's what
I use my talents to punch better.
I think that could be what the combined class is for them when we get to it.
Now, the druid has kind of inspired me. Because I've been thinking, like, what if the druid, you know, like, what if it wasn't studying, like, the gods, but, like, things that were, and drawing on their will? And, like, that's how it can draw from the forest. Because it literally just draws from the will of trees. Preach could be religious magic. Cleric is too medieval. I mean, like, that's definitely something to be had around here somewhere. It depends what you're into. Like, it could be an offshoot of a lot of different types of magic. Like, you could be haunted by voices and start, like, preaching about the Dark Ones. You know? Or, like, any form of elementalist might be your, like, leaders. In the grove. Hi, Izzy.
Hey, Izzy again.
Yeah, it depends on where you draw your power from. Again, like, a lot of these can come from, like, the three categories of magic. They're either innate, they come from outside, or, like, they've been something that you studied.
Lads.
Hey, Ginger.
My audio is irrevocably fucked. I'm gonna leave so that I can work on it.
Okay, I love you, babe.
Okay, bye.
Ginger.
Bye. He'll fix it.
Curse you, NVIDIA!
He'll figure it out. You do think in this setting you'd have elemental / shaman, druid / haunted ones, and imprinted arcana? Yeah.
I think that's why I like the idea that we had before with the mages all being channelers, and each of them were... It's like the elementalist is channeling the elements.
Yeah.
The primordial mage is bringing out like the primordial magics. Is channeling the primordial magics. And then that the shaman was essentially the one that channeled the spirits, because that is what shamans do in most cultures of our world. They commune with the spirit world to bring the wisdom over. It's not so much magic usually; it's knowledge.
I feel like ancestors are really important as well. Maybe they can be some type of shaman. I can see it.
But yeah, what I was thinking is like if we're talking about the primordial mage, is like is talking like with is channeling the primordial.
Yeah.
The lawkeeper primordial mage probably would be the shaman.
Yeah. They would be like channeling the spirits of the past.
Yeah, channeling the spirits of the past, channeling the spirits of the world to understand and to learn.
You can put that in now if you want.
And then a bunch of shamans can come together and have this big contest to become Shaman King. And no, never mind. That's already been taken. That's already been taken.
I'm just thinking, do we actually need to expand on these categories more?
Not for now.
Like, do we need to do, like, the exact same thing that we just did, but with, like, apostrophe the gods? Or, like, apostrophe the spirits?
I don't think so, because, I mean, what's probably going to end up happening is that they're going to play the same way.
Yeah.
But you have the RP element of, okay, so you say you're imprinted arcana. Okay, you get the same thing as everyone else does, but RP-wise, how did you get to be an imprinted arcana? Were you a magical birth? Were you just a prank by a god who was like, that 5-year-old is being stupid, I'm going to make him spew fire from his ass. And he can learn to live with that. Or is it going to be some other weird thing? And it's all the RP-based part of it. But the base mechanics, no matter what kind of imprinted arcana you are, would be the same.
Like, would a lawkeeper plus elementalist be like an elemental priest? Like, is this someone who, like, takes the magics and is like, yes, we've studied this has to be our god?
I was thinking they'd be more like the kind of person that'd be able to understand the weather systems.
Someone who can, like, divine nature.
Yeah, sort of like, I mean, to be fair, just a diviner.
Yeah, I can see it. I 100%
because
agree with
of
Cherry
that-
there. Differentiate spellcasters with how they regain spell usage and how they unlock new spells and then level up. See, something that always felt kind of lame to me in D&D was like the way they do spells is like you only get 3 then go to sleep, and it's like that just doesn't feel like how a spell system would work in universe, does it?
I know how it was done in 5th edition, but I know in 3.5 they did kind of make it fairly well differentiated. So, like, a sorcerer would have a lot more spell slots per day, but would have a lot fewer spells to choose from because they're the innate spells they just happen to know.
See, the way
and then when you level up,
it,
you can swap them out.
I want the spells to simply like take a toll on people. Like maybe if you cast fire, it hurts you. You know? And that's what's stopping you from continuing to do it.
I mean, it could well just be something as simple as, you know, to use your spells, you have to use the stamina stat.
Nerve, maybe.
You have to use your nerve stat, and the more you use it, the lower it's going to go down until at a certain point it starts eating into your other stats as well.
Yeah.
And so you have to be like, okay,
and you will suffer mental breaks or pass out.
Yeah, it's like it starts using your stamina, and when you're worn out, you're like, okay, I'm at the last point now. I'm run out of stamina. I need to keep fighting. You use your nerve to continue, and then once your nerve has broken, if you're still trying to fight, it's now going to start taking a toll on your body.
Yeah, and if your body runs out, you're dead.
Yeah, and if your body runs out, you're dead. So it gives that sort of like element of if it's a really big thing you're fighting, like if you are fighting a god or something, your life will be on the line, depending on how you choose to play it. Yeah. But normally you're just going to be using your stamina, and then you just like have a bit to eat, have a sit down, your stamina goes up, you're back to normal.
Because like if you have to start using your spells using nerve, it's going to really hurt you.
Yeah, it's going to be like having a migraine after you've cast every spell.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to make your brain ache because you've run out of energy. You're now having to use, you know, your nerves. You're basically fighting through the pain to keep casting. Mm-hmm. And then at a certain point, you're like, okay, I'm completely in this now. I cannot stop. If the fight needs to continue, I'm going to have to start burning my life away for this now.
Elementalist Craftsman equals Enchanter? See, here's the thing, I thought like Primordial Magic might accomplish that. Depends on what direction you're taking that class. I was thinking Elementalist is more like a Bell Mage specification for stuff. Like, there's not a lot of utility. I imagine there is utility in all of the spells. I just think it's few and far between.
You've also got to remember that there is nothing stopping us from having the same... So, like, the combination of Elementalist and Lawkeeper and Craftsman and Primordial Mage could both be Enchanters. Yeah. They just get... You know, because the Enchanter name, all it's going to do is give them a bonus to the spell casting and a bonus thing opening up things they can make with their crafting skills.
I would move Enchanter 1 to the left for now. It's definitely not imprinted Arcana.
Oh yeah, don't forget, it was only there for now because when we were doing all this, I shifted it to the side and that just happened to be where it landed. Yes, it could be that like the Enchanter is under Elementalist and Primordial Mage. They get the same bonus, but it just unlocks a different crafting recipe book.
See, I like what you're thinking, El, but I was thinking, like, if an Elementalist was going to put, like, their powers into their weapons, we can give them a sort of enhanced weapon spell, like, by default. Like, it's probably a channel to cast, and, you know, like, spear is just on fire at the tip, you know? And it's like, you have to, like, expend, like, 2 stamina a ton to keep the spear alight. I also really like the idea of, like, really morbidly using spells. Like, you know in D&D how there's the spell Conjure Water?
Yeah.
it doesn't let you use that on creatures, but like I want to give the players the chance to use that to essentially drown people from the inside.
Yeah. Or like just being able to like mess around with things. I mean, there's like, I'm sure at one point there's like a create heat spell.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it let you use it on someone's armor.
I think it did. Or I think it does now, maybe.
Because there are those sorts of combinations that, normal people wouldn't think of it, but if you're in dire straits or you're of a strange mindset, you would be able to go, well, I can create water in your lungs.
Yeah.
Have fun with that.
Like, I didn't want to do this.
It's like, we've fought long enough. I've given you a chance to back down, create water, walk away, whilst they're spluttering on the floor. It might not kill them, but it's at least going to knock them out of the fight for long enough for you to walk away.
So when an elementalist meets a lawkeeper, I think that is where we get our first sort of like religion type class. I really do think this is some sort of like elemental priest. Elemental priest / lawkeeper. Like, there are two ways that you can go about this, of course. Like, you could be the elemental priest, or you could be the elemental lawkeeper. What matters is it's got like a sort of deeper connection to what you do.
Honestly, I'm kind of liking something that Elle mentioned earlier. The elemental preacher.
I love that. But yeah, if you're not religious, it's just you're an elemental lawkeeper. Like, you keep the law of the elements. Like, your people have studied this. They know what they're doing. Because
the preacher part of it keeps on the whole idea that maybe you're telling stories of the elements.
The dancing flame in the winds.
Yeah, you're the one trying to tell people that there are elements in our world that we can that only the few are able to control. Have you ever danced with the flames on the hillside at night? Have you ever sung with the wind?
Actually, would an elementalist craftsman make the gem maker? Like, you imbue a rock with power and it becomes like a powerful gem that you can throw and cause like a detonation.
Could be. It was sort of it's either gem or glass.
Maybe that's what happens in the process of like trying to imbue with the elements. It just creates like a glass crystal. And like if that shit shatters, that stuff goes out. It depends how much you sort of like bump in.
It's oh god, what's the was it St. Oh, there's a certain name for one of the things.
Do you want to watch John Wick tonight?
I was going to mention that at some point. Yes, I will.
Yeah.
But I was going to it's got some like weird name like St. Albert's Prince Albert's Tear or something. And it's like if you take a molten hot piece of glass and you drip it into water, it creates a teardrop shape that is incredibly strong unless you snap it in a certain point and it explodes.
Yeah.
What
I think one of those barbaric channels would be a totemic. I love totemic as an idea. Like, I love the idea of a barbarian having to, like, carry around, like, a big fucking totem on their back.
I mean, that could fit either with the Primordial or the Arcana.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were imprinted with the totem at birth, and now they have to carry it around, otherwise they start going a little bit weak.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, craftsman, elementalist, glassmaker. And like, if people look at that for a second and they like raise an eyebrow and then move on, they've missed out on something really powerful and fun.
Yeah, they'll look at it and go, "Oh, that seems a bit silly." But it's the fact that when you're using like harnessing the power of fire and lightning, it naturally is going to start causing there is actually a name for lightning strike hitting sand. It creates a thing called a fulgurite, which is basically superheated glass that is naturally formed.
Barbarian Elementalist. This might be a form of the totemic stuff. This might be where you get, the paladin of the stuff. Not necessarily the paladin, but something before the paladin. You're a strong fucking guy, you rage and you punch, and you're doing it for, No, because there's the non-sort of, religious side of it, so... Tempest?
Yeah, the Raging Tempest.
Maybe.
A lot of it, though, yeah. A lot of it's going to be oral tradition stuff, apart from Lawkeeper, if you have specific classes. The Lawkeeper Craftsman is the one that can actually, write this stuff down, weave it into tapestries, and keep the stuff going forward.
Yeah, I like what Udyr is from League, because that makes a lot of sense to me. It is just an elemental kind of guy. It's interesting. Yeah, we'll call it the Tempest class. Sigil wielding Elementalist. Well, that's kind of simple, isn't it? It's Elemental Runecrafter. Not Runecrafter. They make elemental sigils. There is no fucking word for this in the English language. You got me fucked up on this one. Ooh.
That is a tough one.
See, because I'm imagining we're all thinking of the same stuff, someone drawing a fire rune on the ground and it bursting into flame. You thinking runecrafting is long-lasting runes, enhancements, improvements? Yeah, I get that.
I was thinking something along those lines of maybe ritualist.
An elemental sigil wielder would be the ones that fucking explode, alright. Yeah. A sigil-wielding druid we came up with something for. We said they would be a ward of nature, or something like that.
Yeah, I can't remember. If we can't remember it, we can just look back at the VOD.
No, I think it was we had the idea of this druid going around the forest, leaving rooms to protect and bolster trees.
Yeah, it was the keeper.
For what it's worth, yes, all of these guys are going to have skill trees and stuff. And by skill tree, I mean you can choose where to branch it out. Some skill trees will be linear. I feel like that's how we're going to do it, right? We're going to have points and skill trees. And you can choose to put these points into, any tree that you want. To, level up your abilities. It'll be easy to talk about once we've got, one tree set up,
Yeah, I imagine it's not going to be so much of a tree, more there's a list of things you can pick from that will then sort of, work well together.
Mystic. Mystic is probably going to be when we start combining the magic classes.
Yeah, that's maybe the Primordial Mage and the Elementalist mixing together, or something.
Yeah. So you're an Elementalist, you're someone who channels fire, and you're a Sigil wielder. You're someone who knows how to draw fire runes and stuff. Empowered Sigil wielder? I think that's as best as we got. They would make just empowered sigils. Like, we can make it red so that we can come back to it later.
Empowered sigil dude for now.
Yeah. Rune Channeler? That's definitely going to be under, No, because I feel like that has some implications that might not be there. Because you're not channeling the runes, you're channeling the elements. Let's get off Elementalist, because I think it's killing us here.
Yeah, it's really hard to think of some of these. That's the worst part about some of them, is that they're just really hard to understand.
Signer? Maybe. We can come back to it, don't worry. We're just not confident on a naming convention, but we know what all of these things are. You really went to Yu-Gi-Oh! 5DS? You need to take a deep breath? Yeah. Haunted One plus Lawkeeper. This is where we get into, like, the dark religious type, you know? This is like a dark preacher. But we already have preacher right next to it. Let's not say dark preacher. Occultist. Doomsday. I really like Doomsday. I'm not gonna lie, Al. I think that's when a Haunted One meets an Elementalist. You get an Occultist. You get the Doomsday. The Elementalist plus the Haunted One gives you the Doomsday. Yeah, Occultist.
There's the Doomsayer.
Yeah.
Not to be confused with the Doomslayer. That's when you have the Haunted One and a Barbarian together.
Yeah, Haunted One might be something that, like, applies to you halfway through the story. Like, if you pick Haunted One, your DM has to sit you down and tell you have started to hear whispers now. And, like, this is going to deduct from your mind, because this is going to be weighing on you constantly. Like, Haunted One might be powerful because of what it knows, but you might constantly be low on mind because of just, like, the whispers irritating you. Craftsman Haunted One, you've probably learned to craft some, like, advanced shit. You're like Go ahead.
So this is the one that I was sort of mentioning yesterday. You know, if you've had these whispers in your head from God knows where, trying to inspire you to make weird things. This is like you're making the strange artifacts that get found.
Artifact crafter. Like, this specifically has its own crafting section, and it's, like, full to the brim of, like, weird shit.
Yeah, this is, like, the kind of thing that, you know...
It would be like Leonardo da Vinci with the helicopter designs? Maybe, yeah. Like, people in this era wouldn't know how to, like, fucking craft some of this stuff. But, like, it would be incredibly powerful stuff. Like, this is where you could fucking see a gun. You could see a gun coming out of this. You could see, like, a metal dagger.
Like, really far into the future with guns and barrels and stuff. But this is the point where, you know, the metal into a knife.
Yeah. You don't even know what exactly you're building, even, but you just make a folding chair.
You just go into a crafter's fugue and then you wake up and you're like, what the fuck is this?
And you've got like this dark fucking crown, and when you put it on your head, like the whispers stop, and you can just like commune with a god specifically.
Yeah. And depending on which kind of haunted one you are, whether it's the void or the outsiders talking to you, determines the kind of weird things you start making in your fugue states.
So I got a haunted one plus barbarian sorted right now.
Oh god, okay, come on.
This is where the whispers start to enrage you. You are taken by rage. Like, maybe they help to drive you into the fit. Like, maybe you're not learning the magic at all. Maybe you're just learning how to hurt and harness your anger. Like, any way you come at this, like, if you start as a haunted one, right? Barbarian is where you, like, snap. Or if you start as a barbarian, and you start hearing these whispers, you snap. This is like controlling you into the perfect anger. This is the berserker.
Yeah.
But like without having to like chug shit. But like I feel like it kind of ignores almost a bit of the haunted stuff. But like the whispers of rage are driving
well,
you.
It could be that it's not even like the whispers are talking about rage. They could just be.
They just don't shut up. They just don't shut up.
You could just be like losing your temper because you're like, I've been dealing with you for 10 fucking years when you finally leave me to sleep.
Like, you could have interesting mechanics as the Berserker. Like, you could be incredibly powerful, but the DM might fuck with you in ways that you've never possibly imagined. Sigil Wielder Haunted One. Be the type to write madness on walls. Yeah, this is where you start getting into, like... You've gone into the weird fucking state again, and you've ended up writing, like, stuff that will turn people mad. Like, I don't know, we've added a lot of fun magic options here already, but yeah, I genuinely think this is where you get, like, maddening, like, scribbles. Maddened Scribbler.
Where was that picture? Just to give people an idea of...
Yeah, this is the sort of shit that you make when you're, like, on this shit. You go into the cave and you see this, you lose, like, mind.
Yeah, this was drawn by a sigil-wielding haunted one.
Blood magic sits just fine there. I feel like blood magic is absolutely something that we're going to be able to find somewhere else through here. Like, one of these will have blood magic. Like, a sigil-wielding primordial would probably be blood magic. Like, your primordial, like, writing these sigils, you don't even realize at first you've gone into such, like, a trance that you've been, like, writing in, like, blood onto the walls. Blood Painter, yeah, that's a good, like, way of putting it. But, like, this one specifically is, like, Sigils of Madness or something. Just call it Insane Scribblings for now. Like, this class, it exists to, like, lower enemy mind. And then one to the right, just, like, blood scribbles. Or Blood Painter is actually more the case. Primordia Barbarian. Primordial Magic Barbarian is just like an incredibly strong fist. Meh! Hi, Kyle! Insane isn't needed, it can be inferred, you know? Yeah. Like, we just don't have it in a name yet.
Yeah, that's why it's been marked down as red.
Yeah.
These are things that we're going to revisit. Then we know
need
roughly
to,
what they're going to do, but we want something there so we know what we were thinking of at the time. We just need to then think of a better way of wording it as a name.
It's like how when you write down something as a note, you always know what you were saying when you read it back.
Yeah.
But
sometimes I read my notes. I'm like, what the fuck was I thinking when I wrote this? I don't understand what I was saying.
A lovely Kyle with his lovely face in my chat. But yeah, Barbarian Primordia is someone who is going to be able to, like, maybe this is the monk, honestly, because, like, can you imagine, like, hear me out. Barbarians, they fight with their fists. They go into, like, aggressive rages and stuff, right? But Primordia is someone who knows how to channel, like, an internal force. So I can honestly see this becoming like the monk.
He channels the spirit of violence.
Actually, maybe that should be the fighter variant of this as the monk. And this can be like... some sort of ascended warrior type. Pugilist scratch out last one? Okay.
Yeah, pugilist makes it sound a bit more fancy than it really is. I mean, pugilist is just a funny word for punching people.
Monk would be internal willpower? Yeah, that's like inferred with like warrior, but like monks definitely use some like powerful shit sometimes. Like a lot of monk subclasses usually seem to be like some form of like magic or other. I don't know, we'll come back to them. We know what they're going to be. Like, the guy's putting more power into his fist, you know?
Yeah, he's channeling
powerful
the
fist. Stuff. Just put powerful fist, and we'll come back to it. Yeah. I mean, we get the idea when we come back to this, what we're going for. A haunted fighter might be some sort of, like, strange battle trance. Like, you know a sort of, like, specific fighting style. Maybe you're, like, dodging people like a ghost or something. Oh, that would be fine for a rogue, right? We call the rogue haunted one the ghost.
Yeah. You know the one that springs to mind is the Drunken Master.
Yeah.
Is that he can like, fight, but you can't. He's an unpredictable fighter.
Like when you face this rogue, you're facing someone who's like got some strange shit going for them, like shit you don't understand. Primordial fighter would fight like a complete feral animal, you think? I can kind of see it. Like if they're channeling Primordia. Like, this is the archetypes, right? El, you want in on the call? You have a lot of, like, good ideas for us. I feel like I would trust you in on this project. I don't mind, like, recruiting a couple of other people if their ideas are, like, really good, you know?
Just imagine this guy has like leather gloves that have just got loads of flint pieces glued to them, and he just runs in and just sort of starts slapping people, and all of the flint just like grazes at people's faces.
Hang on a sec. Just Shmel's here. Hi, Shmel. I don't have your reactive yet. I set up a new UI type. Oh, that's weird.
That's fine.
You ever have that thing where your brain is working so fast that you feel your body depleting calories?
Yes.
I feel weak after all that we've done so far.
That's what happened to me yesterday. It's why my sort of like stream last night. I just was like, my brain just turned off midway through, and I'm like, I'm gonna have to stop because I don't know what I'm talking about anymore.
Like when I think of like a primordial barbarian, so it's going to be magic, but it's going to be like more barbarian than is magic.
You have to think about it from the sense that like you could approach this from any angle.
Yeah. I was thinking like, you know the scene where Hulk just smashes Loki in the Avengers? Like, just grabs him by the leg and just swings back and forth. You're not fighting like a human. You're just beating the shit out of something like an animal.
I get you. I need to, like, relax a bit. My chest feels tight from all of this thinking.
Okay.
Maybe I need to go, like, grab another drink of Wawa, because, like... Goddamn, imagine nerding out so hard that it...
Are you going...
How did you die? I had a nerdy heart attack.
So, you start hearing whispers, right, in your head. And it, like, persists for your life. And you become in the situation where you have to become, like, the tribal hunter, but you're hearing whispers. And they tell you how to, like, fight.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at with, like, that column. Like,
would it be like...
Whispers. You go ahead.
You know that trope in some games and, like, shows where it's, like, they see slightly into the future of the battle, like, they start, like, predicting the battle before, like, a few seconds in advance?
Oh,
yeah,
the predictive reaction sort of thing. Like, they see, like, 3 seconds in the future.
Yeah.
And you'll see the punch happen, and then it will kind of like be as a blur, and so they know where to dodge just beforehand. So as long as they're awake,
imprinted, like maybe because imprinted arcana, I see as like you've become like the avatar of these things. Like this magic has been forced inside of you.
Because I'm guessing, like, the whispers today could be good or bad, so we have to kind of like, keep that in mind.
Yeah, you would have to divine those on the spot when you heard them. But I'm thinking, like, when it comes to that, it's like, you hear bizarre techniques. Like, shit that's, like, maybe century-dead civilizations.
And, like, techniques like two-weapon fighting. You learn, like... more unique or double-sided weapons, like the two-bladed sword or the two double axe.
Yeah. Like
you learn how to like use those. You learn how to use like exotic weaponry.
I need to sit up. Keeper, don't lay back like a lazy son of a bitch. Challenge. Gone wild, gone sexy.
Oh, you're always sexy.
I'm thinking like maybe even like No, I don't think veteran would work because how would a low-level veteran work?
Yep.
Like maybe you Nah, I'm just going to get into it now.
Give me a chocolate.
But I'm like thinking like maybe like you are young and you're not experienced, but you have like that. Like you get that battle and you can kind of like a ended battleground, like an abandoned battlefield. It's over. The battle already happened, but you hear the sounds of the battle. You hear like the fighting and what happened there.
Like you're just stood in a field and you can hear what happened back then. Yeah, I like that for a fighter. Like, haunted one is just like perhaps like otherworldly technique. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm gonna go get some more sickies. Your little baby boy needs his hydration. He's dying.
Mm-hmm.
You two cuties can talk while I'm gone. Don't
Hi,
make out without
Jenny.
me.
It's just Pepsi.
I don't plan on it.
I think the hard part of some of this stuff is just finding a nice, easy name for them. Because some of them we can think of some like really fun ideas of what they are going to do, but then it's like, okay, what do we call this thing?
Yeah, it's like finding the name for it is the hard part.
And it's finding a name that sounds good rather than just like. I mean, one of the ones earlier, the one that the barbarian sigil wielder. I think at one point I just called like the battle, was it the rage? Or was it Rune Rager or something?
Yeah,
because
yeah.
they use the rune sigils to help them with their rage. It's like, okay, it kind of describes what they do, but it doesn't sound very good. Whereas the War Painted,
Yeah.
it matches the setting more. It sounds better.
I think like a haunted ranger would definitely be like a stalker, like someone who's gone beyond, like say like a watcher or like a ranger and like a beast tamer, and that is like really out there, like really distanced himself or their self from the tribe.
Yeah, they're the ones that are like the outcasts.
Yeah.
Sometimes by choice, sometimes not by choice.
Yeah, yeah. I imagine like they're definitely probably one of the more outcasts.
Yeah, I mean, it may be depending on which thing you chose. Yeah, if you start with the ranger class, you get the haunted one at some point because of something that happens, and then you become outcast through no fault of your own because the tribe is like, okay, you're starting to hear things. That's not a good sign. Go away. Or it could be you start off as the haunted one, you've always heard the voices, and the voices have helped you become a better hunter.
Mm-hmm.
Because the voices that you're hearing are the ones that are like, yeah, just crouch here, wait, calm your breath, shoot. And then you realise you've shot down a deer.
Yeah.
Because you're so busy listening to the voices, you didn't realise you acted on instinct and shot the thing just like the voices told you. But this is why I'm saying that one of the things that I like about the way we're doing this is it gives a lot of opportunity to role-play the character, rather than just going, I roll a d20, does a 12 hit. Which a lot of D&D does end up turning into at some points.
So, thinking about that, the Ranger class really is kind of one of the classes that can sort of push through the voices and listen, I think. So when it comes to that, I like the idea that they can listen, like you were saying.
Rather than like getting overwhelmed, they can filter out, and they realise that all of the voices are saying the same thing to them.
Yeah.
And it's just like teaching them how to better sneak around. Whether it's like the ghosts of previous hunters they're hearing, or spirits of the hunt, or whatever it is. All they know is they're hearing someone say, there's an elk 2 miles down that trail. If you wait, if you're calm, it will come.
Like you're stranded in a desert and the voice just says, you don't have to die at first.
Yeah, it's just like, turn to your left, try and walk for the next try and walk for 5 minutes. Trust us. Trust us. Trust us. And you follow the directions, and there's a small little, there's like a rocky outcrop, and there's a place where a bunch of like morning dew has condensed. That's just enough water to keep you going for a bit longer.
There's every possibility that, like, with doing this, you may genuinely be tricked too.
Oh yeah, it could be that they spend like years upon years like
training you to like hunt,
them.
And then like one day you're just listening to the voices and it's like aim, release, and you just open your eyes and you've killed like one of your fellow tribesmen.
Yeah, you've like killed like at the head of a tribe because you trusted the voices. You like, okay, I'm hunting. There's like, no one around.
Yeah.
For like a year, the voices in your head are just laughing at you.
Yeah.
And like sometimes some good voices break through still, and they're still like, no, go this way, do that. Trust us.
Yeah, you could like literally, you know that the old-fashioned angel and demon on your shoulder.
Yeah, but you don't know which one is which.
Yeah, you don't know which one's which. For the most part, they all sound like the angel until one day one of them fucks you over. And then depending on the kind of character you are, you either never trust them again, or you learn to recognize the one that told the lie.
Yeah. I think like Stalker or Outcast would be fitting for that.
Mm-hmm. I like that for the Ranger.
Yeah, I'm liking the Stalker. Especially if the voices are giving them hints that they would not necessarily otherwise know, they would be able to stalk way better than anything else.
One to the left.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you're off one.
But like someone like a fighter isn't going to be able to infer those voices. Oh no, the Bestial Claw and the Ghost were fine where they were.
Oh, were they actually going to be underneath the Primordial Mage?
Actually, I like Ghost on the left because I like the idea that the haunted voices tell the rogue how to like maybe sneak a little better, or at least like in like dreams maybe they see the right thing to do. But Bestial Claw makes sense for like Primordial Mage because it's like primordial type fisticuffs. Oh.
Mm-hmm. I'm just trying to think of like what would be a good name for the fighter haunted one. We got the archetype, like what kind of thing this is.
Like they're someone who wants to rush out there with a spear to defend people. Like if they're in a tribe, they're the sort of person who can stand their ground and like fight. They don't really have the sort of like moveset to fight dirty. I don't think a lot of fighters know how. Or they don't really think about that. Most of the time they're like fighting side by side. They use like trusted methods. It's like when they start hearing whispers in their head one day. Maybe they are like outcast.
Yeah, maybe it's just like it's like one of the few times where like haunted one can get into society. Is because you're just a better fighter, like. But maybe
is that has like a sort of like background implication.
Yeah.
Which isn't really what it's about, because like this could happen to the characters at any point in the story, and maybe they don't get outcast. So.
Yeah. Not bad.
Something like Outcast. Estranged?
The Pariah.
No, because...
Pariah. I like Pariah. I like
Pariah.
it.
It's like they're tolerated in society, but most people don't really want to deal with them. So, you know, they can stay in the village, and then they realise when something comes to fight, it's a good job we've got them here, but don't tell them we said that.
Um. It's gonna be so hard naming the elemental like
So, like,
ranger fighter.
A fighter elementalist, what I'm imagining is that they take their club, they light it on fire, and just go charging in.
Yeah, I'm
Like,
sort
they-
of like seeing that too. Like, it's possible
Like,
they might dampen
They don't
their club
fight
too.
dirty, but they will see, like, they will go up and see like 5 people, and they will just use the elements to their advantage, like their elemental magic to fight.
I think the key here is they're definitely enhancing their weapons. Enhancer, maybe.
Mm,
Eh,
red.
mark it red.
You're on red.
Yeah. Red vet shit, baby.
I mean, there is always the option as well that it's not necessarily that they're enhancing their weapon. It could be that they're fighting, but they're like more battle mage.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
You know-
no, because we have Shaman under Primordial, not Elementalist.
Primordial.
No, but I'm thinking like, you know, that they're fighting with their sword, but then occasionally they can just like turn around, raise their hand, and a little gout of flame flies out
Yeah.
to sort of like to deal with. So they're not necessarily just using the elemental stuff on their weapon. It could be that they're using it just as an aid to how they're, you
Or
know,
like, you know,
they're
for the
fighting
fight, like they
styles.
have like a normal that's like a 2-handed mace or a club, a big 2-handed club, and they can just it's a normal club, and then they can enhance it. It's like an ice club for like a turn.
Or maybe it's something as simple as most of their stuff is touch based, and they can either use that touch spell using their hand, or they can have it go through their weapon. So you can either, you know, have like a touch based fire spell, or you can hit someone in the face with your club, and the fire spell comes out the end of the club on top of the damage to the club.
Yeah.
For a
And that way
ranger
it-
elementalist,
Ooh,
I'm
that
feeling
one's-
something like hail. Like, I feel like they're long distance, casting very long distance magics as well. They probably would.
I almost want to say scout, but that sounds too basic for what the class is. But they're like the type. They would like they turn their arrows into like basically flares.
They could. But it doesn't really fit.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
Because you never
See,
want to
honestly,
make it like too much one element.
Oh yeah. Like they'll walk through snow better. Like they'll like part of like how they go with nature is that like it's more like a communal relationship.
I think maybe something like the Firewalkers.
Mm-hmm.
It's like maybe their elementalist skills aren't necessarily used in combat. Maybe they're used as helping them survive. So when they're in a snow area, they know how to use fire. They can just create fire.
If we imagine
to help them survive,
the hunter as it is, the ranger as it is, they're going to be the person that like the tribe would employ to like, someone got attacked by a wolf. We need it to be hunted down. And like maybe they come upon the wolves den. They want to like fire an arrow into there that's going to like set the whole place on fire.
Yeah. Because I was thinking Ranger Druid, it would just be like a Waywalker.
Yeah, that's the Pathfinder.
Or yeah.
Hmm.
Are we allowed to use Pathfinder? Does that fall
We
under
can use
copyright?
Pathwalker.
Yeah.
to be fair, Pathfinder is a term that is used for anyone that finds a path.
Yeah.
Or like it's the same thing
And
as
if you
a
like, it
Wayfinder.
could be a little tips of hat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like it's anyone that's basically that. It's like the whole thing of like blazing the trail. They could be the trailblazer.
Oh shit!
Pathfinder.
That would be so good if we made just a fucking fire elemental, wouldn't it?
Well, you could have like. No, I can see what you're going for. We could make it like depending on your class. Like Barbarian is Tempest. Tempest is mostly going to be lightning, maybe some snow, ice, hail. You would have it that depending on your class, you are lean more towards a certain element. But then you have to like think of a line of reasoning for that.
Yeah. Like, do you only get one element as an elementalist?
I do that in red. Just.
Oh yeah.
Or maybe you can. Well, you can special. I think you can do it like the Magic System Wizards have. You can pick your primary element, or you can be a generalist, or you can pick a primary element to be stronger in and specialize in, but you lose the opposite element. Like if you're fire, if you specialize in fire, suddenly you can't really do water magic anymore. Water and snow just kind of don't work for you.
Yeah, maybe
that's a really good point.
Yeah, maybe it's like, if we're talking earlier about that using stamina for the magic. Maybe if you stay a generalist, it always costs you two stamina to cast, no matter what type of spell it is. But if you specialize, it now only costs you 1. But to cost the opposite, it now costs you 3.
Yeah.
So it's not locking you out of it per se, but you are not good at using that magic.
Mm-hmm.
It takes a lot more out of you to cast something opposing your element. Because there's going to be a time when you really do need that water spell and you're going to kick yourself for losing it.
Cloudwalker. I just thought of it. Cloudwalker or Hunter Ranger. Like they walk through the forest as if they're just walking on clouds.
See, I feel like it could easily be named like a bunch of different stuff depending on like the base element you use. Like
Yeah.
we can put alternate names for everything on here. Because I like the idea that you can't use other elements if you've only if you've already chose one. Because if you're wielding fire, how can you use wet water or wind, which could easily snuff it out, or earth, which could resist it? Or if you're using earth, how could you use something as light as wind?
I think wind and fire could be they're near enough, because wind can also help spread a fire, and
yeah.
But fire and water just don't mix at all.
Earth and wind probably don't mix either because they just don't affect each other.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking of, making it so that your specialism costs you less to cast, and the other things cost more to cast than normal. If you stay general, it's all the same.
Do we have a magic wheel?
Not really.
That's the wheel that they use in D&D for conjuration, necromancy, abjuration, etc., etc. It's all set into a wheel, so we can easily see what's the opposite of which.
Oh god, that's so useful actually. Yeah, no, we could definitely get something like this. Because no, yeah, this would definitely work, I think. It would be tricky, though.
Yeah.
I think a rogue elementalist would be a true sort of survivor type. You're using the element to survive. You're using nature to survive. What does that make you? Aspect of nature?
Yeah.
Nah. We're well over halfway through all of the classes.
Yeah, I think we're at the hardest part. Martial or mild magic is a lot easier to do than it is like once you start getting into more advanced magic. These are the advanced magic classes. Like Bards and Rangers.
Oh, I
It's
just came up with something fucked up.
Yeah.
Haunted One Elementalist for 5th element. They're like controlling elements we don't even have on Earth. Like they're summoning elements we don't know what they are.
Or no, well that could be it. I would think of like a dark elementalist, like you force the elements to your bidding. You don't ask, you don't barter. You just have this innate power to force the elements.
I was
what if
controlling the element of void?
Yeah, I was thinking like, what if this like they just draw from like another sort of like dark universe, which is like parallel to our own, where the rules for like elements are different. Like they summon freezing fire, water
like
that burns,
Shadowfell?
light earth, heavy air.
Oh, can you imagine that one? You were talking earlier about the really morbid spells. Imagine dumping a bunch of heavy air into your enemy's lungs.
Yeah.
They can't breathe out anymore.
There's a name. What is it? There was a name for like a class, or not really a class, more like you do something like taboo. I can't think of the word. So just continue thinking on.
Yeah, we'll mark it until you come up with the word. Don't worry. But yeah, like we can just put Dark Elementalist for now.
Elementalist, Haunted One.
Underneath Ghost Baby.
Oh yeah, it's technically in the same place.
I know, but we've almost got the right side done.
Yeah, I know.
Fark.
Dark Elite again.
I need like a pet dictionary or thesaurus that can just tell me what word I'm thinking of.
Hit me with it. Someone who just does like profane shit.
The profaned one.
Yeah.
You
break the rules of elementalists. Like you're not like a normal. Like most of these elementalists, they still like follow the elements. It's more like a cooperative relationship. But like a dark elementalist doesn't. You break the rules. You do stuff that shouldn't do. Like you can light water on fire, and like it's like if enemies are crossing a river, instead of like freezing it like a normal elementalist, you light it actually on fire.
And then walk across it as though it was Earth.
Yeah.
Just to confuse the fuck out of everyone.
Wait, I like the idea, right? That there's a dark elementalist which pulls in these dark elements. And then there's the primordial elementalist who bends the rules of the elements.
I was thinking primordial element, they would cast it in their truest form, almost like how do you imagine like a mage cast ice bolt or fire bolt or lightning bolt? They can harness like the truest base form of the elemental magic. Like you could have it like they can cost, maybe they have like more heavy costs, but they can cast heavier spells earlier. Like they can cast like an actual lightning bolt out of their hand fairly early on in relative to the other casters.
I really love the Haunted ones.
They can't do like more advanced stuff. Like they would never be able to like like make a makeshift torch with magic because it's too advanced. I guess that's just what my thinking is.
Something we haven't covered yet is Imprinted Arcana.
Oh yeah.
Which is it's basically like you're imbued with magic by the time you're born. Right? Like it's not just magic, it's like magic is flowing in you.
Like elementalist, I'm imagining like you connect the elements.
Yeah.
As you like experience the world. Haunted One, you experience the Whispers. Primordial, you focus on that old history. Imprinted Arcana, you're a baby and you're magical.
Yeah, like, and if you're an imprinted arcana and you're an elemental, you would be an aspect of like the elements. You would become the elements pretty much. Like there would be no limit on what you could cast. You would be the
I say avatar.
Yeah, just put avatar in there. Put avatar in there, Cherry.
Well, no, I was thinking about the imprinted arcana. It might not necessarily just be magic. It might just be implanted wisdom.
It could. Oh yeah, because we did have that plan.
Yeah, the plan of you're given knowledge greater than you should have at that point of your life.
Yeah, like we thought, like it would be a really dark concept if like a baby suddenly was just like sleeping in its crib and suddenly like just intense like eldritch knowledge just randomly fell in.
Yeah, what would happen to a child? What would happen to a 2-year-old child if suddenly the entire art of war got leaked into their brain?
Yeah, but I think that sounds like haunted one. You know,
they're going to be becoming like the scariest fucking berserker ever because they've known war since they were before they could walk.
Maybe that's the haunted one mixed with the imprinted one.
But I'm thinking like something like imprinted arcana. It would do like little actions like, oh, the kid is cold because the mother and father are too busy doing something else for the tribe, and it just lights part of the tent on fire for the baby to be warm. It doesn't really, have advanced thinking, no like critical thinking, but they do it naturally. I think that fits like Avatar. You're an avatar of the elements. It comes naturally to you. The elements are more like protecting you, almost.
Hi, Boydie. Welcome
as like part of your family.
Hi,
but that's what I'm thinking. Like I'm thinking along the lines of like if you know the Dota 2 character Wind Ranger. Wind Ranger was a child who was naturally part of the wind. The wind protected her.
Statistically,
ever since she was a baby.
I'm thinking like when you boot up the campaign, right? And I think Elementalist gives you the elements to pick. Like you get to pick your one element, or like 1 or 2 elements. And Haunted one, it lets you pick from a list of like mysterious otherworldly spells. Primordial Mage lets you pick like the sort of primordial magics. But I think Imprinted Arcana lets you pick any spell on the board to like start with. Or like within reason.
I was going to say, with the imprinted arcana, what if it wasn't like necessarily just imprinted knowledge into the brain? What if it was a specific spirit, whether it be of nature, of primordial stuff, of wind, of violence, of whatever?
It could be a lot of those things.
It could be a lot of things.
What I'm thinking is like specifically, it is a spirit of such and such that literally imprints on that child, or imprints on that person.
For sure,
it's like that is my human, that is my orc. I'm going to be with them now until they die.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, and it fits like the whole thing. Like, you could be a kid that's naturally generalized to all the elements.
Like it could be like someone who's,
or you could be like special, like maybe like a specific element, like protects you.
Yeah, maybe it's like what happens when that god of like the nerves just like shatters and like a little shard of it falls down, or like maybe if you're a powerful enough mage you could rip it down and imprint it on someone.
It could be another of those things that it has the RP element of how you got this ability.
Well, I think Haunted One and Imprinted Arcana, if you're going to stick with like the whole star theme, would be like a starstruck. Like someone who's born under a bad sign, someone who is cursed.
So we have this sort of like god in this universe. I don't know if we talked about it, Al.
I haven't been in here. I've been in and out.
There's been a god in this universe that is basically like, it's made up of like, I think we described it as like not the minds of the dying, but like, you know how everyone has energy going between their neurons?
Yeah. Is it like kind of like anima?
It's kind of like that energy lives on and it sort of like coalesces with the rest of its energy. And it's like, it's just confused knowledge, just like floating in space. Like in this giant sort of like web. And it looks like a nebula. but it's just like a web of like floating knowledge, just like coalescing, and like sometimes it just reaches out, like with almost lucidity, and like affect stuff. It's basically a god that doesn't work because like it's too immobile by its own like sort of like just
it's got
non-connectedness.
It's got too many working because I mean, what if since it's all just a giant pile of knowledge? What if like the elements of the say like the energy of that one craftsman, he's on his deathbed. That knowledge has gone. Those electric sparks of knowledge have gone up into the cloud. And then what if 50 years later something happens and that knowledge then falls out again, and that is what strikes just by chance.
Yeah. Like a reincarnation almost? Would it almost be like reincarnation?
Not so much reincarnation, but more like the kid will grow up normally, but there will always be that little thing in the back of their head that like, I know how do I know how this works?
It's like they're being shown around for family, like the crafting tents, and they're like,
and then they're correcting
works.
Yeah, and they're correcting the errors of the people that are 20 years older than them. They're going, you've missed like 3 stitches there, and like
I think that's Imprinted Arcana Lawkeeper, Star Touched, right?
Yeah.
Well,
memory fragments.
I mean, it could, but like I said, it could depend on what. So if it was like a lawkeeper's knowledge that fell from the sky, it would be the Imprinted Arcana Lawkeeper.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it would have to be like a sort of madness, a sort of curse, in my opinion. It'd be like
it would be
at least in my opinion.
You'd essentially, I mean,
you'd grow up as like a really weird kid if you're like
we said that like if you were just like chilling as like some sort of like say you're just some 17-year-old kid and you're on the way to like see your friends in like the local village town, this knowledge just falls into your head. It would drive you insane. Like suddenly you know things that you just shouldn't, and they're like not connected thoughts. Like, I think the idea behind, like, a lawkeeper is someone who's, like, a historian, and, like, the Imprinted Arcana, like, it coalesces to, like, the point where it's, like, deciphered memories. I don't know, maybe we need to, like, re-add this as another, like, class category. Maybe we could replace... Maybe we replace Imprinted Arcana with Innately Magical, and then we put another category on the end of, like, Star Touched.
What's Star? Okay, I need a little bit of clarification there. What differentiates Star Touch from Haunted One? Almost.
Haunted One is you're getting whispers from like eldritch things in your head. It could be like you've got like a little like psychic connection to like the cloud in orbit, or it could be like an elder god from below is like trying to like manipulate you, or maybe there's like some celestial forces that are trying to guide your path. But like Star Touched is directly when this thing in orbit shatters. And, like, a shard of that falls into you.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
And that could sort of, like, honestly, that could be, like, a secondary, like, tree that's just, like, the buff tree. Because, like, if you're a Star Touched and you go into any other, like, combined field...
What if you made it, like, common in the universe that's like Star Touch is something like connected to your destiny, and you could just have that adventures. The player characters are always going to be Star Touched, and that is why they are unique.
We could put Star Touched into like the backgrounds.
Yeah,
I mean, it could be that whenever you create a character, you roll a D100. And there's a 1% chance that you just happen to be one of the Star Touched.
Oh, okay, that works too. I didn't know how common you guys wanted to be.
I mean, it could be that. I mean, because it could be that depending on the DM, it might be just like DM discretion. It might be that you can choose you want to be a Star Touched in your background, or it could be that the DM's like, well, okay, Yeah, you've all created your characters. Everyone roll your D100s. If you roll between a 1 and... Depending on the campaign, if you roll between a 1 and an X, you're a star touched. And it puts it down to chance, which is exactly what being star touched would be.
It's like it then depends on like when you got star touched. It's like, okay, you've got an increase to like your lore and like certain like skills, but like you are fucking like not coping well with it. Like you did not gain this like knowledge naturally.
Yeah.
Sneeze. Yeah, let's keep filling out the list for now, though. I think we need to work on some of the imprinted arcana.
Yeah.
Like, this is magic that's just, like...
I'm sorry, but I am still stuck on, like, imprinted arcana elementalist. It's an avatar. Like...
It is an avatar. You would just be an avatar of the elements. Jerry might not. Jerry?
Whereas, like, a normal elementalist walks on water. Say you were, like... And, like, if we're going with, like, the elementalist specialized, instead of, like, choosing your specialization, you're either a generalist or, like, a certain element takes a really good liking to you. Like, say, like, an elementalist, most elementalists can walk on water with a spell cast. But, like, an avatar would be, like, if they're an avatar of water, the water will help them move faster across it. They'd run faster up a river than people would run on land.
They'd be the kind of person that people say, you know, that they didn't learn to like move in the water. That they were just born in the water. They were born in that element.
Yeah.
You know that they are just one with that element. It just they move naturally.
Or they can be, you know, just like more of like a generalist, like the elements just favor them. Like it's less. Sorry, you go ahead.
No, I was just feeling like imprinted arcana. You probably start with like a couple spells that are like unique to you.
Like cut stuff out there at the start of that sentence, so I missed half of that.
Okay. So I'm just thinking like imprinted arcana, right? It is the idea that like when you start the game, you have magic. So like you might as well let players pick some like at least very simple spells. And then like I think magically speaking, it just enhances anything else you branch out into.
Yeah.
So like when you go into
I also
elemental
don't know
stuff,
how you're going to do like the armor and HP system. I'd imagine like once you start mixing like an elementalist and imprinted arcana, you're going to be squishy. You're going to be like a D4 wizard dies as sneezing damage.
You're going to love the way we've done mechanics here, actually.
Oh boy, I will. You need like off stream. You need like fill me in. Like I'm going to have to read through all these channels.
If you check in the mechanics channel, you'll notice the HP system we've got.
Okay.
Which I really like. Is you can take regular HP damage, or nerve damage, or senses damage. And we really like that. But yeah. So an imprinted arcane person with lore keeping. So this is someone who is either a lore keeper, they're happy to tell stories and sing songs, who is suddenly imprinted with magical properties, or they are someone who is born with magical properties and decides to keep lore and tell stories.
Can you imagine if imagine you're just like sitting there and your 4-year-old starts telling you a story that you've never heard before?
Yeah. But it's like you can check with like a village elder, and oh crap, that story is true. How
like,
the fuck did he know?
So how did you know that happened 50 years ago? How the hell did you know about him?
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, he told me.
Blessed. Maybe the Imprinted Arcana Lawkeeper is finally the Spirit Mage. Or maybe we should just like make a separate. Maybe they're a DLC. Honestly.
Yeah, I could. Yeah.
Because like they could apply to a lot of categories. The Spirit Mage.
Yeah, that could be the kind of thing that we have like later on. There's like one of the tertiary classes that there's like a bunch of these that would allow the spirit mage sort of template to put over the top of.
Just promise me you won't focus on it, because if you do, you'll probably just go more insane. But there's also like you have to consider things like prestige classes, like how there are in other games, like a lich.
Oh yeah, I
what is like an alternative, like prestigious?
I was talking to Sheep earlier about how prestige, because that's how this kind of started off in my head. That they would be like prestige classes, and then I was like, no, that's just too much like D&D. They should make it so that this is just a title you get that confers a benefit when you take these two classes together.
I'm thinking they still have their own separate skill trees, and I'm happy to work on all of them.
Oh yeah, they still have their little separate skill things that they have, but it's more that whereas with prestige classes, you take levels of that prestige class. Other than you ignore your original classes, you now are working on the prestige class.
Mm-hmm.
With this, you would still be getting your levels of Lawkeeper or your levels of Barbarian. But you just happen to have... Yeah, wherever you want to put them, you can level up one or the other with every time you level up. And you will always keep that benefit. Maybe it would be something like, if you take, War Dancer,
I was
when
thinking
you're level 1 Law and level 1 Barbarian.
Especially, like, say, like, an Imprinted Arcana Elementalist. Like, you could eventually, like, get to the point where you can be considered an Elemental instead of a humanoid.
I feel like that's more of an RP. See, the way I thought about it is,
that's
like... I'm thinking, like... We keep the, two classes makes a really strong class for just the Primordial, because, like, this is when people are, like, trying to figure out what classes are to begin with. Like, they're trying to count themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And it gives players, like, this chance to, like, really craft themselves. But if we, like, carry this forwards, this idea, into, like, the prehistory one, I do like the idea that we can then combine, like, War Dancer with, like, Berserker and stuff, and, like, see what sort of, like, whack stuff you can come up with.
Because the chances are, as well, as you get further on down the line into the Ice Age and further, some of these things might just die out because they just aren't needed anymore, or they just maybe like the primordial mages, it stops working because all the primordial magic is now gone because it's all
now
been
refined
used up.
magic.
And now you've got the refined magery, which is where your wizards come in and they're studying it.
Wizards and sorcerers instead of primordial and imprinted arcana.
Yeah, so it's more, rather than it just being the very primordial versions of it, you're now into the point where, like with the wizards, it's like, okay, we understand how the magic works. It's not primordial anymore. We understand it. We know how to study it. We know how to pinpoint the exact thing to do to make this happen.
And there are no longer any, like, hunter class. In general.
Well, it would be like a general thing. Maybe the ranger would still exist, but it wouldn't be a hunter anymore. It would be more of a pathfinder, a guide.
I think
someone that just lives in the woods sort of class.
I think at this point in time in the Ice Age, there would only be like stuff like the Survivor and the Endurer and stuff, like the people trying to live.
Yeah, when the Ice Age rolls around, I imagine at least half of these things will die out.
Like, there won't be people keeping lore or telling stories anymore because they're going to be so fucking busy trying to live.
No, there would be, because you would still need to have some kind of morale. There wouldn't be as many, granted, but there would probably still be some.
Like, people might even forget what the sun is like, so, like, they tell the stories about that, but, like, most of the time it'd probably just be, like, songs, because people don't remember a time before. So that's why you might, like, get the bard creeping in. Or the entertainer. The sigil wielder would probably have like super graduated into like rune crafter because there's like probably not a lot of like fresh ingredients to waste grinding up anymore.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of fun stuff to change in the Ice Age when we get there eventually, if we ever get there.
Elementalist rogue.
What if you just call the Elementalist rogue the Swift?
And I can think about like what Elementalist rogue does. Like if they're trying to like sneak into a camp, and the watch person has a torch, you can just snuff out that flame out from a distance, and boom, you can sneak by using it.
I think
I can imagine what it would do. I can't imagine like what you would call that as a name.
I would think something like a trickster.
That works. Yeah.
It's like they can use they're using their magic as like the art of distraction to do their roguey things and their sneaky things. So it might be that they light a little fire on that tent over there from distance, so they have a distraction to make it easier to sneak through the guards. Or
and Printed Arcana and Rogue, I think it's Shade.
Shade.
Like you just be naturally, yeah. Come on. Like you just be naturally.
Yeah. I get you. Like Imprinted Arcana really strikes me as something that's just it improves everything it touches.
But I like what it was said for the Elementalist Rogue as well. Like Trickster.
Yeah, maybe just name him Trickster.
Like it's also like you have to remember we can change these at any time.
My worry was that a lot of these guys might get a little bit like too close to home, but even if Ghost and Shade sound like they'd be mostly the same, the way that you get to them is so vastly different. Like the Ghost is someone who's hearing whispers of like how to sneak through places and like tricks from ancient kingdoms.
Yeah, like
and the Shade is someone who is fucking invisible.
Yeah, it's like
with the Shade, we could go with Spectre instead.
Oh yeah. But I'm just thinking like a Shade is like someone like they're like you're like that kid everyone kind of forgets about.
Yeah, whereas Spectre kind of implies it's a little bit more active in what they're trying to do.
Yeah. Whereas like like a just say like a normal kid growing up that would eventually be a rogue, like might pickpocket for fun. You're someone who could pickpocket and get away with it at a young age. No one would even think about you because you're not on their mind.
I mean, to be honest, we could just keep it in line and have the Shade as the primordial rogue.
See, I was just thinking about
the primordial magic to cloak themselves in shadows.
I feel like primordial magic should be like.
Yeah, if you go really deep into primordial magic, you'd be in like before the world was created. You'd be that void and darkness.
No, I was thinking like with primordial magic, they'd be more like the fucking cornered rat. Honestly.
Okay.
I was thinking like, because then you'd have a theme like you'd have the hunter being like the bestial claw. I was thinking the ranger might be like a hawk of some description. Like they got good at fucking ice to them. They've got like incredible reflexes.
But wouldn't the animals fit more under druid, or a druid solely like flora, not fauna? Because I was thinking like a barbarian druid would be almost like a shapeshifter. But that also depends on like how you're taking your setting, and I don't know that for sure. That's why I'm asking you guys.
No, shapeshifters will exist. They're definitely real. Yeah. No, Druid Barbarian definitely strikes me as like a Wrath of the Forest type. Do you want to do this one row at a time, actually, so we just finish up Primordial Magic, then Imprinted, then Druid?
Yeah.
That way we'll keep Druid on the mind as we go through.
So Primordial Ranger... Well, I don't want... Would Avian be better or something? I don't, because like you said
Something
earlier, you don't
with-
want to like lock someone into like a
Yeah.
single type. Like you don't want
something
Trailblazer and
reflex.
maybe change.
Something with enhanced sort of reflexes.
Like get what I like Hawk, but I think it'd be like you should have a bit more animals to choose from. That's why I like Bestial Claw better.
The Swift Wing.
What if we just call him the Swift?
Which is also technically a bird. So
Yeah, but it's not like a bird that everyone knows about. It's not like going to be the
Yeah.
first thing people think about.
The
But-
idea
but-
is that they're using like primordial, like animalistic magic to like enhance themselves.
Could you rename Tempest to Storm? Because you can have a lot of different kinds of storms. You can have a
Yeah.
firestorm, you can have a hailstorm, rainstorm, thunderstorm. Firestorms
Well,
exist. Fire tornadoes.
I was thinking Tempest more in the fact that they're just like whirling dervish type people, that they're just spinning
Yeah.
around. Not
Okay.
what,
Oh, okay.
not specifically Storm. It's just that they're
Yeah.
like a cyclone. They're just spinning
get you.
around and going on the battle. They can imbue themselves with whatever they have.
Yeah, okay.
Primordial element. Oof.
Like I always talked about this, but either it'd be like you'd tap into like really base, like the base forms of magic, but you can't really use like magic for fine things, like things that'd be useful in like your camp. Your magic is boom, big, or void caller. Okay.
I mean that's where my mind goes.
I don't
If
hate
you're-
it. I really don't.
prim-
I don't hate it.
The primordial elements.
But would we need like
It's like,
void
what-
something else, or is this void is going to be something unique to this specialization?
I mean, we
I
already
mean,
have
Void-
the void touched are a thing.
Okay.
The Void
what if
Touched
it-
is like half of the Haunted one, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what if, because the haunted one is the void is specifically talking to them. What if the primordial elementalist seeks out that void
Okay.
to
Like
use
they
it?
see. Yeah. Okay. I see it. I see it. I see it.
Or it might not even be like void specific. It's just like what comes before the usual fire, earth, wind,
Yeah.
water.
In the beginning,
What-
there was nothing.
Yeah, in the beginning,
Maybe
there
they
was
could do
a
like
void.
really
there was
rival
nothing.
elements. Like maybe they could do magma, like lava, like through the rocks underneath instead of like
Yeah.
blasting with fire. The rocks start turning into magma under your enemy's feet.
You just call them like the first spark as the spell. And it's just like
I'd call it.
fucking magma.
I don't know. But I like
Workshop
void
it.
caller. I see what you're going for.
Mm.
I like it.
Haunted One Primordial Mage.
It'd be like the echoes of like the far past. Like you see like you have like maybe you haven't seen like the actual creation, but you have that feeling of knowing a bit about like how like the world was made, like magma,
Maybe you
like
can
the
look
atmosphere was
back
created.
At like when the gods were first finding their powers and stuff. Like look at the footfalls of stuff that used to be here. And like learn from like I don't know.
Like you don't see river erosion. You see the whole like how like the paths of the river and how they changed over thousands of years. Or maybe like you see the glaciers from the last ice age. Are we still an elementalist? I don't know. I'm lost. Oh no, that was
No.
dark elementalist. Fuck.
We're the
I'm a
haunted
bit lost.
primordial.
Haunted primordial. So it's like, if you're having things whisper to you, how is that going to affect primordial magic?
Primordial magic is the base of like magic. So maybe you're drawing straight from like the haunted one's like grasps. Maybe it's just like pure chaos.
Like you hear the echoes of when primordial magic first exploded into being.
What if this is like a similar thing to like the wild magic, like wild fey magic stuff?
Yeah.
Where it's like you can cast it, but you aren't exactly sure what is going to happen at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
Chaos magic.
Yeah, it's just pure chaos.
Pure
Because-
chaos.
Because you're using primordial magic, but you're also using it at the behest of the voices, and the voices are giving you some really fucking weird suggestions.
Yeah. Just chaos magic, the magic of chaos. Primordial. Chaos Caller. Yes, very good.
I was thinking either Chaos Caller or Chaos Whisperer.
Caller works. It invokes something, you know?
Okay. I like this. I like the just slowing us down to like one row at a time or column at a time.
Yeah. So now all we have to work on is imprinted arcana.
Imprinted.
And the Druid.
So you are someone who was born magical, and you decide that you want to tell tales.
Yeah, and you like know tales you shouldn't. Like almost. Like
Yeah.
you know things that you haven't been told, but you know they're true.
Or maybe you are someone who is telling
Storyborn?
tales, and suddenly you hear, and suddenly you become imprinted with magic. Like, what does that do to you?
Yeah. I was just throwing out Storyborn. I don't know if that's the best name, but that's the one that popped into my head.
What about Font of Inspiration?
That sounds more like an object than a class.
So I'm just thinking, like you're inspired by the fact that like something imprinted on you, and like you simply have this magic in your person now.
Yeah.
What are you thinking, Sherry?
I'm thinking I wish my eyes would stop messing up.
Let me lick them.
Going by that, you could just go with the inspired rather than the font of inspiration, which is like El says makes sense. It seems more like a magical item they'd find eventually.
The inspired
than a person, but the inspired.
Yeah, I like that.
Work.
Yeah,
because like it works with they were born to it, and they just have they start.
How does that
differentiate from like
because they have that inspiration to learn they have the inspiration to learn the lore.
Mm-hmm.
It also works the other way around, that they are a lore keeper and suddenly they're inspired because they've been imbued with the arcana at a later date. If they, it could be that they've got a couple of levels of lore keeper under their belt and then they get imbued.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and they get that little bit of inspiration of hang on.
Okay.
Yeah. So it would fit for both ways of getting into it.
Okay, yeah. The only problem with inspired I see is like you go to the craftsman, what's differentiates that from like an inspired craftsman versus an inspired board keeper?
I think the inspired's difference is the inspired will probably inspire by way of like spells and stuff.
Okay.
The craftsman probably only has one gimmick. What do you craft when you are... What do you create?
You create...
This is
like
what
just what's around you? Like your mimic.
This makes me
like
think
you
of
can look at something.
A what crafter, Cherry?
The master crafter. You're a really good craftsman, but you've got that. The inspiration is not just for a bit of magic, it's also you inspired to make the perfect items.
Okay. I had like the opposite. I thought like, if printed craftsman, you're really good at reverse engineering. You like innately can like look at something and kind of figure out how it's built and how it works, like mechanical objects, housing, crafts, stuff like that.
Maybe that's a part of like the skill set.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe you can choose to skill into once you've unlocked the skill tree.
Okay.
How about
I was just thinking something like, okay. I don't know. Perfectionist is a bit more of like a personality. Posture check. Thank you.
Don't worry, posture's doing beautiful, Mal.
Mine isn't.
My posture was terrible. Thank you. Because I see perfection as being something you'd roll on your like personality table, or just pick from like the personality's background. But like, I'm imagining like as a kid. All right, if we're going, I see. Part of my problem is that I'm always going to think from the imprinted arcana first route. And I'm going to need you guys to help me, like rein me in for like the other side, like craftsman, and then if you become imprinted.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking is like you're a kid who takes stuff apart. You're a kid who takes stuff apart and puts them back together again. Like you get into like the chieftain's tent and just completely, like the whole tribe goes out in like a big like war or something, and there's not a lot of people left to watch the camp. You just take apart the chieftain's camp because you feel like it. You feel like you can take apart the tent, and then you end up putting it back together.
Mm-hmm. Something intricate. Something intricate, perfectionist, creation.
Because like one thing is like these other craftsmen, like going down like the line. Besides, like the haunted one would know like advanced things they shouldn't, forbidden stuff, and the enchanter would kind of know primordial stuff from the past. If you're imprinted, you can look at anything, and it'd be like almost a jack of all trades. You'd just have like this innate thing is like you can look at it and kind of just want it. You want to take it apart, and you feel like you know innately that you can do it. And put it back together.
Yeah. But just dismantling and putting stuff back together doesn't... I don't know if that serves gameplay too much.
I mean, like, gameplay-wise, is you can go outside your comfort zone. Like, the other craftsmen can kind of, like, they're kind of stuck in what they're crafting. You have more of an ability to use magic. You can use your magical energy to go things outside of your knowledge.
We have an artifact crafter, but we don't just have an arcane crafter, just in general.
Yeah.
Arcane craftsman. You can use the power of your magic to, like, make stuff, and maybe you know some things that, like, you shouldn't. Shuri! Shit, Shuri's fucking dead.
Oh no.
I had to disappear. I had to go and deal with my eyes before they drove me mad.
Hi, gorgeous. We're thinking just arcane craftsman would probably do.
That works.
Until we can think of, like, a better name at least.
Yeah.
A better name that is not artificer.
So I'm also trying to like keep it relative to like similar classes. Like, okay, Glassmaker I can see, Artifact Crafter, Enchanter. How do we make it different enough from the other ones? I'm thinking like an Imprinted Arcana, more of a generalist, and something that can use magic to be a better generalist.
Like the jack of all trades, but like through arcane.
Well, can that be a class? You can just be jack of all trades, because that's like literal meaning is literally someone who just did a lot of anything. You are a jack of all trades. You can do a little bit of bow. You can make a little bit of arrows and some bows, but maybe you're not very good at it relative to like a specialized bowyer.
Yeah, like maybe jack of all craft. Like generally can do just about anything. It doesn't. Jack of all crafts sounds more like
Mala made a good point.
Generalist crafter.
Well, how do you also get like the? Well, I guess Glassmaker doesn't really tell us magical right off the bat.
No, that's the thing.
I guess
we got that as a sleeper hit. It's going to be absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah,
I would have played a Glassmaker.
It's going to involve shards of exploding glass.
Okay.
I'd imagine you had like pocket sand, and part of like one of your spells, you can throw pocket sand and it turns into like glass shards.
Essentially, that's kind of what happens because it's Elementalist Craftsman. It's basically you know how to make glass because you're a craftsman, but your elemental spells just naturally like make things turn into glass around you. But you're enough of a crafter to realise that depending on the type of glass that's created, it is imbued with parts of your magic that you use for casting. So you might not necessarily want to use up a full spell, but if you could like throw a small bag of like glass beads that you've been gathering over the past week for when you've been casting, and they also cause an explosive effect, you didn't need to waste a spell for it. Or they could specifically craft glass beads to contain their spells. So they can make them ahead of time, possibly. So yes. It could be that it could be full well that the Glassmaker, in terms of a spell person, maybe they don't have as many spells they can cast on the fly. Maybe they're much more a preparation-based one.
Mm-hmm.
So they just like they're making their glass, and yeah, when the party like rests for the night, they're making a few extra glass beads, using their magic to heat up the glass, making the beads, imbuing them with the power, and then they can use those beads to make the magic happen in the future. But then they still have a few things they can use their spells for on the fly if they're like, oh crap, I've run out of water beads. We are desperate for water right now. I can still use some of my like very basic spell abilities to create water. It's going to take a lot more out of them than it would say any other mage, but they can still do it. But it's more that they would be like the focus of. They're the planners. They're like, okay, we know we're going to be doing this, so for the next week I'm going to be making beads that contain these spells because they're going to be of the most use.
It might be like a really arduous process too, and like dull the senses or nerve. Like it could be really stressful, so it dulls like nerve. Like if they explode, it's going to be a problem.
Yeah, it could be like one of those things that they're trading off the because we kind of thought about we'd spoke earlier about maybe making the magic based off the 3 main stats. So it starts off by using the senses. So the more you cast, the more your senses dim, because you're using your mental power.
Mm-hmm.
Then you start eating into your nerve. Then you start eating into your body. So maybe they're using their senses up when they know they're relatively safe, because they're camping, they're chill. It's nighttime. They've got guards. They've got watchers on. You know, it's a decent place to do it. It's much better for them to use their senses to dull there to make their spells than to risk it in the middle of combat.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Barbarian? Oh, okay. Continue.
You go ahead and hit up your idea of like how you see an imprinted barbarian, and then I'll do the opposite of what you did.
I like that strategy. So, like, you would be a fucking angry kid. You'd be the bully. You'd be the kid that comes out kicking and screaming and doesn't stop. What was that?
That was
Was that a motorcycle?
Fart. That was a massive fart. No, that probably that was a motorcycle, probably.
You're someone.
Don't worry about it.
Who is? How does this magic? I guess there's almost like the rage in terms of like just the air, the nature around. Well, not even nature, just like the rage from like all things. Kind of, you're connected to that. You feel anger, not just from yourself but others as well.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'm imagining. You're next.
I see it like I do what I can for the tribe. I'm this tough guy. I'm like putting up my hands and I'm like fighting when I can. Maybe I'm not like taking any shit from anyone. Maybe I don't have the best temperament when it comes to like fighting. And one day I suddenly just feel powerful. I feel strong all of a sudden. And I have this power flowing through me, and I feel like I could crush anyone.
Oh my god, he got into the steroids.
Would it just be Rager?
Maybe. Maybe it's like something freaky, like a tamed rage. Like the opposite of like a berserk. Where you're not driven to like madness. Savage. Because then like you can control yourself when you're like tearing people asunder with like enchanted strikes. Maybe you can like summon some like arcane claws at the tips of your like fingers and stuff too.
Maybe you just do it like instinctively. Like, well, in as a game mechanic, yeah, you're going to have to activate it, but instinctively you activate. You're using your magic to make you stronger in combat. You're using magic to beat you up. Like you're training your mind. Like if looking at your stats, you're like training your non-body functions to improve your body in combat.
And maybe it's one of those freak things, like it's actually based around you being calm.
I was going to say, what if it's the calm rage?
Yeah. Like
so you're incredibly angry, but you've developed your mind enough so that you're calm and basically you're watching from a third person perspective, and you can guide yourself on where to send that anger.
I like the savage in that case.
Yeah. I just really like my ideas. Like you can sacrifice your mind instinct to just make yourself more muscular, more body. That is like how your magic works, though, or part of your magic. Like you can just maybe in times of need, you can just fucking tackle a woolly mammoth and fucking throw it off a cliff, but then you'd be completely drained afterwards.
Al, it's your time again.
All right, Sigil Wielder and Printed Arcana. I think this is really simple. You're simply born with sigils on you, and as you grow up, you kind of start understanding them. Like you have the sigils on you, and you start understanding them, and you get into sigils because of the sigils you were born with.
It's literally imprinted Arcana on your skin.
See, that would be great, but like, you got to come into this with the idea that like, if you're a sigil wielder and you come into imprinted Arcana, how does that work? Or if you just imprinted Arcana only.
I think like
How do you know you'll be a sigil wielder?
Well, it could just be that
well, that's like the start.
The imprinted arcana could just be.
And Cheaper, I'm going to even go on yours a little bit. If you're a sigil wielder and then you get imprinted arcana, it would be like you wake up one day out of your sleep, and sigils are just starting to show up on your skin, and you didn't do it, but you're starting to understand like what these are.
You wake up and you find there's a sigil tattooed on the back of your hand, and you have no fucking clue how it happened.
Marked.
Yeah. Marked one. No, that's kind of like... Marked is just fine. Marked one and haunted one sound a bit too similar.
Okay, now we get into tricky territory, because I'm never good with the hunter set.
Mm-hmm.
Imprinted
this
arcana.
One,
you go ahead.
If I had to do this one, you weren't going to be like angry like the bully, but you're going to be a kid who just wins every fight. Like you're the kid that is the bully picks on. The bully is going to get a bloody nose and go home crying. Yours, like when they're like training the kids how to hunt and fight, you just kind of get the fighting part. Like learn how to use sticks as like replacement for like a club or a sword. You just kind of get it. Like you just kind of like do stuff you're not even. You just kind of like instinctively know how to fight. And how does the magic work into it? I'm not too sure how the magic would work. And then
maybe like. Okay, so I'm thinking like. You're born normal, and then you're like a hunter for a while. You're living it up, and suddenly you become like imprinted with magic, and you are suddenly just like. You are full of life. You're like the town's Achilles. You're strong as fuck. You're like brave as fuck. You're courageous. You're a paragon.
Yeah, I can see that. It could be like a proto-paladin.
Yeah, the proto-paladin.
Well, no, paladin's clerical, but it'd be similar to a paladin.
Mm-hmm.
I like that. I like that.
Okay. I like the strategy we've developed.
Hunter Ranger. This one, I just think it means like you're that kid who really at a young age, like as soon as you learn how to walk, your parents have to keep an eye on you because you will just run out of the camp because you just feel more at home doing like, out in the wilds, away from civilization.
I might already have this one down to a T.
Yeah.
We have a beast tamer already. What if we just had someone who could control beasts? Like, they're in a situation where they're being bullied by the other kids in the forest. Suddenly, like, a fucking hawk just swoops down and starts attacking the bullies.
Would that fit into Imprinted Arcana Druid, though?
Maybe.
What if it was less control? What if it was less control and taming, and rather they could understand the beast?
Oh my god!
Bestial empath.
So yeah, it's you probably neither of you have probably read it, but there's an author called Robin Hobbs who does a bunch of fantasy stuff, and one of the magic systems in that was called the Wit, which was essentially you have the ability, you just bond with an animal as you're growing up, and you start being able to like telepathically commune with the animal, understand it, but it comes with the problem that if you don't control it, you start becoming more and more like the animal.
Oh,
yeah, because like really as opposed to Druid, which is more like general nature and also includes flora, you're just kind of like maybe like a type of animal or like a specific animal.
So it's like you go out and you just happen to find like maybe you find a wolf cub that is just abandoned, and you
adopt it,
and so you understand that.
You don't let your parents take it away from you. You're like, no, this is mine.
It's like you have the animal companion type thing.
I might got
just like go on.
So like, whereas the druid, when it comes to animals, they coexist. The druid wants to be with nature. The ranger is part of something that isn't related to the druid whatsoever. They want to control, which is where they try to exert their will and will is exerted on them in return. It's like that's why they end up more bestial if they fuck up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think that's empath. Empathy goes both ways.
Yeah.
I like bestial
good
empath.
fucking ideas. How to sit down in one evening and make 100 fucking fancy classes. Is it 100?
Yeah. It was
90.
Well, actually,
wait.
It was not. It was 90. It was 90 before we started adding the others in.
Oh god, it's 12 minus 10, I think. 12 minus 12?
So it's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. 12 times 12 minus 12.
Yeah.
So 134?
132?
Oh wow. One of you's
Yeah,
bad at
132.
maths.
Yeah, one of them has 132.
Jerry works for the government, by the way.
Yeah, but I use Excel to do my maths for me, so fuck that. I don't have Excel open. I have Clip Studio open. Clip Studio is not a math program.
Scroll down, gorgeous. We only got one more to hit up, I think.
I'll hit you up.
Never mind.
Two more.
Yeah,
this is fucked. Okay.
I think this one would be. You're definitely okay, from the imprinted haunted one, imprinted first. You're that kid who is weird. You don't cry. You weren't crying at all when you're born. You barely cry. You don't act like a normal baby, and it creeps your parents out. It creeps the tribes out. They're only really keeping you because they need, the people amount. And it's because you hear the whispers and that madness, except you don't have anything else to compare it to. It doesn't ruin your worldview. You don't have a worldview developed yet. So your worldview is developed partially from the whispers. It comes more naturally to you. Unlike the other classes who may be cursed, and you're technically cursed, but you yourself will never view it as a curse.
You're the reason. Yeah, in this case, you're the reason why people think changelings are a thing.
Yeah.
Because you're so quiet and you're always mumbling to yourself, and no one quite understands what you're thinking.
From the other side, right?
You talk back to the whispers. The whispers converse with you.
The other side of this that I see is you start as the haunted one. You've always heard the whispers, and then someday you're suddenly imbued with magic, and the whispers start screaming. It is not a good state in your head when you're like this. It was bad being the haunted one, but when you're haunted and that much magic comes into you, something bad is happening here.
You're playing out a lot cheaper.
Yeah, you are cutting out quite a bit.
Really? That sucks. I don't know what to do about that. No, I was just saying,
I'm on Twitch to talk for this. But that's also because it's Memorial Day and people are being loud.
No, my idea in general is you can't come out of this normal. You have whispers in your head, and then an unknown power enters your body.
And the whispers start to scream.
Yeah. You have to be some kind of fucking crazed.
Cursed one? You're literally cursed. This is... If it's innate, that's natural to you. You're always going to have it. Haunted one, I think it's just the cursed, or...
You're
cursed
a 1 in a billion kid, but not in a good way. Kids can be born
For the
with,
reason the other haunted ones are discriminated against, even if they were, somewhat normal.
Yeah. You're either going to be the fucking...
You're probably the most likely one to be burned as a fucking witch on a stake.
What do you think? Cast one?
I like that one because it's under haunted one, so cursed one would be the logical conclusion.
We've only got one more haunted one to do after this.
Mm-hmm.
Primordial magic.
So primordial. I'm imagining you're also kind of a quiet kid, but you're not as strange as, say, the cursed one. You're an old soul. Like, you're someone who, if you have younger siblings, you'll naturally take up that role of leading them. You have that primordial instinct with you. And, like, kind of like the magic part would be more like the primordial magic just comes to you. Like, it's something innate. It's something that you don't have to go out of your way to develop. You just kind of know it, and then at a later date, you're like, oh, now, okay, it's primordial magic. It's something you find out later.
Mm-hmm. So, my thing for this is, you've always got, like, that primordial magic in you, and it's like, you don't really know how to wield it. Like, you can make it have form, you can make it do what you want, but you can't just get it there. And one day suddenly, like, something happens, just sort of comes into you, and you figure something out. You get, like, an epiphany.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I feel like it's a more refined type. You know?
Yeah.
Hmm.
More refined, or even like more primalist. Would it literally? I think primalist would work. Like you're in touch with the primordial forces in a way that the other ones that have to, kind of like seek it out or learn it or stumble upon it by accident, whatever way. It's natural to you. It's not weird. I think that's something that I kind of like has to fit down the whole innate tree.
Yeah. I can see it. Primal.
I like that simple.
Yeah. It gets people asking, what is this? And then they click on it and they're like, oh. You in touch and shit. For Druid, this should be the easiest thing of our life.
Yes. We all did this, didn't we? Like it's like a tree reader. Like you can touch a tree in a forest, and the forest will tell you its history.
Yeah, it's like very useful when traversing land.
Yeah, like plants. Maybe you have a little bit with animals, but animals aren't as intelligent as well. I'm guessing plants like have that more long-term knowledge than an animal would, so that's why Lorekeeper Druid kind of leans more into the flora, not the fauna.
Alchemist.
Yeah,
we finally found the alchemist.
Yep.
This is someone who just has a natural affinity towards alchemy, just as a skill.
Yeah, and like you can, that goes over flora and fauna. I think that's mixed.
Mm-hmm.
You can do both equally because there's animal parts that you can do in potions, poison.
We've got
venom.
An alchemy crafting system.
We have an alchemy crafting system.
Nice, nice. Barbarian Druid, would this be the totemic?
Yeah, this is the
totem.
Would
you literally, have a growing totem?
How is this the easiest fucking category we've gone through? My god.
I mean, this is either totemic or this is the kind of one that would, wear the best.
You're the barbarian who's very calm around nature, but if someone, some random, asshole... Yeah, you're the gentle
wrath
giant
of the forest.
You see, you find, someone killed, some bear cubs or something, you will, and you find out who did that, just, for an example, a ranger who said it, you would just beat the ever-loving shit out of them. You're harder to get angry, but your angry is angry. And then also, the whole totem thing, your weapon is, you could even have it, totemic wrath, have their own personalized weapon, like a hexblade from, the hexblade warlocks.
Now, to fight
something that grows with your character.
Fight a druid.
Guardian.
Guardian works, honestly, yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I'm thinking.
I was wondering when we're going to get to one we could call a Guardian, because it's a nice and simple one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, we already have a Warden that sounds the same, but it's got completely different playstyle. Take it down to Rogue Druid.
This one I'm not sure on.
Something like a. I'm trying not to say witch.
This one
but like
could
the same
be the
sort of energy.
shapeshifter.
Oh my fucking god for Shifter.
Shifter?
Shifter.
Yeah, this could be
I think Shifter can fit under multiple druids almost.
No,
I actually don't want to shift.
The rogue was surviving at any cost.
Wait.
Yeah, but like the rogue shifter, I think shifters would fit under multiple druids. I think any druid or like most druids can get a form of shapeshifting. It's not as strong as say like a natural lycanthrope. It isn't going to be as strong as say like a natural shifter. But I think a rogue shifter can't be a shifter because it would specialize in sneakier. You'd be like a rat or like a dire rat or like maybe like a certain wolf or fox. You'd be sneaky.
I think that the shifter should be the Primordia Druid.
I agree with that.
Because we've already made Primordia kind of animalistic in its sort of like senses sometimes.
Yeah, it's like your body wants to like return, like, well, maybe not your body, but how you just like evolved your magic. It's why you like part of you wants to just return to being a wild animal, and you start to shift into that, and you can use that to your advantage.
I think is like the forest trickster, you know. Like if you're in the forest, you're in that terrain.
What's the word for a fairy, but isn't like fae?
Oh.
So it's not fairy, obviously.
We might
fairies
have
a creature.
Fairies, yeah. Hang on, I got this one. You ready?
Yeah. Hit me with it.
Types into thesaurus.com or synonyms.com.
Celtic Trickster Spirit. Ooh.
Yeah. Well, like the Guardian and like the Totemic Wrath will just go in and just beat you up for disturbing the like messing up nature. The Rogue is going to make your life miserable.
So they call it Vapuka.
Oh yeah, the Fuka.
The Fuka.
That works. If you want
for Goblin.
It's what Puck in was it Midsummer Night's Dreams named after?
In Berserk.
Like
yeah.
Well, yeah, in Berserk as well, but yeah, it's mainly that it came from the Shakespeare. I think he named Puck after the Puka or Fuka, depending on where the source comes from.
From the Gaelic for ghost.
Gaelic.
So
I like how like once we get into like magical hunter rogue, it goes more into like obscure names. I do like this. I do like the ghost, shade, specter. I like it.
That's definitely not how it's spelled, but I like that one better.
Well, this is the way that I've heard. There's either that or there's the H.
It's the U with the weird underline.
Oh yeah, this is the way that I've always seen it. Maybe because I don't have all the places that I've seen it doesn't actually have the weird underline. But I think the problem is because it's like from so long ago. There's different places that have spelled it differently.
Okay.
Elementalist druid, like a champion of nature itself. Like not just the forest, but guarding the way that things are.
You'd be you'd be balanced. You not only like the druids are kind of like flora fauna. Elementalists are elemental. You are like the gap between the two. You are like also probably like one of the pinnacle spellcasters. Like we're all right in that area. Obviously, like the elementalists to druids. Those in that area is going to be the apex casters. They're going to be really good at casting, not really good at surviving damage. Besides, something like I can see like Avatar Element having some defensive spells.
Yeah.
I don't know about the Bridge. I don't think that's a good class name. I want to be honest.
Well, I was just, I don't know, like Bridge Between or something.
No, I'm just using that as like an example
What
of
about
like
the
what
balance?
balancer, like force of nature.
Hang on, let me get some balance synonyms.
You could be Libra if you want to just fucking steal an astrology sign. You can just be Libra.
Equilibrium, steadiness, symmetry. Hmm.
Hmm. Are you ever stealing things like the puka or fuka or whatever we're calling it?
Call it a
We could-
fucker.
Oh, fuka. Yeah. If we're doing that, I think we can take it from like other sources too. I think Libra is mythical enough to use. Like you're like because you don't have astrology in your world. I'm guessing.
We don't have it yet, but it might appear.
Yeah. Well, Libra is the scale.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say if we don't want to use like the word Libra, we could just call it the scales of balance or something, or the scales.
They haven't invented a scale yet, so we might as well call it the Libra.
Well, scales are on lizards. Could it be like perhaps like the alternate balance druid would be lean towards reptilian creatures like dinosaurs, or would that be more under primordial?
Because it depends on where because don't forget these druids might not necessarily be in the forest.
Yeah,
they could be in an area that just naturally has more lizards, so they would be more in tune with the lizards than what would be in the forest.
And you'd also be like, Sheeper said way earlier before I joined the call, said something about like this would be the type of druid that would know when to fucking light a fucking fire and burn the forest through, and just start from scratch, or not from scratch, but
Making that shit red. I'm not confident.
Yeah, make it red. Yeah. I'm not confident on it either. I'm thinking like if we take some other red names and we like almost steal from like say Arcana or astrology or folklore, I think we can stick with Libra, but as just Libra on there by itself is not good.
Now,
Haunted one.
I've been thinking about this one. I think in this scenario, where you're a haunted one and a druid, you are starting to fuck up nature. I'm not necessarily sure you're good for it anymore.
I actually have the opposite one. You're like a death druid or like a fungi druid. You represent the
druid
other
of the
side
fungus.
of that.
Yes.
No, I don't want to do just fungus, but you get the idea. But maybe that
works into a lot of like the theme in our world, actually.
Yeah. I was also thinking like how you find out you're kind of like a druid and a haunted one. Yeah.
Druid of Decay. All things must die. It's natural.
Yeah, that is where that's where they're going with it. Like death is perfectly normal. Why are you bothering with all this? You just let it die. Just things die. Let nature take it back. It's fine. It's all part of the cycle.
Now, in Printed Arcana, you are fucking Snow White. You're a Disney fucking princess.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, literally, like, you're that kid who hears, like a wolf or a dog howling in the distance, and you're that little kid that would just, like, get up on, like a table or something and start howling with it.
You're the spirit of the forest.
Yeah.
Everything the forest is in you. You know what that means?
We can go over all the red names?
We can go over them later, as long as we understand what they are. What that means is that we've just completed every single class that we're going to be putting into the campaign.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Does it hurt? Maybe.
I think we did pretty good.
No, what hurts is the fact that we're going to have to is do a bunch of the stuff like skill trees for each of these things.
Yeah, we may have created too much work for ourselves.
I mean,
well, I thought you guys didn't you say earlier that you only have like a skill tree for each class, and simply a hybrid would be able to pick from either one.
No. I like the idea that there's like you can pick from, like all of the classes available to you. Like if you're a druid, haunted one, you can pick from the druid tree whenever. You can pick from the haunted one tree whenever, and you can pick from the druid of decay tree whenever.
Mm-hmm.
It's like there would be very specific things based on. So, like, things like the Druid of Decay would have some skills that were very, very specific to them.
Mm-hmm.
But they would also have access to the Druid ones.
Yeah.
And the Haunted ones.
But I imagine, like, Druid of Decay is, like, the messier side of Druidism. Like, well, like, when you think of monsters, you think of, like, deer, bears, trees. A Druid of Decay is going to be like those sharp vines, poison ivy, like more disgusting creatures like boars or hyenas. Like boars, like wild boars will completely trash land.
I was thinking as well more like insects as well.
Yeah.
It's going to be to do with decay. It's going to be all the stuff that lives in the leaf litter that eats all the
like every druid type has its animal preference.
Or maybe don't even prefer animals at all. Prefer flora, which I think is going to be the lore keeper one, the tree reader.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the worst part.
Like, I respect the animals and everything, and I can go to a little bit with animals. But what I really like is talking to the forest. I like finding out what the forest learned because they're really old. They're older than any animal.
I sat and listened to the fungus giggle.
Listen to the fungus.
If you want a birchwood, don't talk to me. I like a lot of these, and they're going to be like really fun to like write up. Like,
that's something like we should do, Sheeper. We should like go and like I write it one way, you write it another way. Mm-hmm. Like from which one you start at.
Yeah.
But we're only open-ended enough that people can write their own lore and how they got to that point.
Yeah, you got to give them the hypotheticals.
Mm-hmm.
Like just a little bit of inspiration, never hurt them.
Because a lot of them you can probably put in like a very basic way of how they got to where they are, as in like, yeah, this is the skill set that you have. But how you got to that point, other than knowing at some point, you got imprinted with Arcana, how that happened and what that's done is up to you. You can play through as an imprinted Arcana for as long as you feel like, and then you take another class that you've built yourself towards.
There is a problem with that. Part of me really likes these subclasses and the hybrid classes and would love to start out as one of them. Like, if I'm running a campaign in the future, I want to be an avatar of the elements. I'm not sure exactly what element I pick, if any, but I think that would be like what I want to start with as a character and kind of like design a character up from there.
No, we definitely want to make it possible for you to like do that.
I think the plan was.
Is it going to be like second edition, where like you have an XP penalty at the start?
I don't think. I think we were going to have it so that it didn't matter because the thing I don't like about the XP penalty is it kind of like makes you not want to do it.
See, the thing about where I'm looking at this from is you take the idea that like we have all of these nice classes, and the idea behind like the ones on the like left and along the top is these are the ways that people normally just are, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like you can be a craftsman or a lawkeeper or a barbarian, sigil wielder, hunters, and very rarely you can have some like magical alignment to you. And that's very basic. You're just a normal person. You're scraping by. But, like, these other, like, classes, these, like, 2 ones, those are the adventure classes. Like, if you want to start the game at one of those, you've already at the adventure. But, like, if people want to go from, like, zeros to heroes, they can, like, definitely start off as, like, the very basic ones. Sure, don't forget to save. I might delete the VOD after, we'll never know.
Oh no.
Because
you know those thieves. They'll kidnap Keeper.
I'm not only streaming this, but I'm also recording the VOD anyway separately.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Whoa, whoa, wee, whoa. Look at Mrs. VOD Recorder over here.
Wow.
I have been, all the ones that I've been doing of this, I've been recording separately, just in case you want to, like, edit them together at some point for whatever reason.
Hey, can we talk about how cool this is that we got this done in one day?
Yeah.
This was 4 hours well spent, unlike the 4 hours I did earlier of Destiny, I'll tell you that much. Jeez.
Yeah.
Jeez.
At the end of the day, this actually is useful, unlike the Destiny raid.
I got a couple of hits and a lot of trauma. Yeah, if you can just copy that over, I'm gonna put this shit on Twitter. I'm gonna be like, how many classes does your fancy like campaign have? You know, start counting. Mm-hmm. And then people will realize that halfway through it's actually doubled, so.
I just by going through this, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, so 11. So there's 11 on each line. Doing that, that's what we came to the 132 earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, so there's 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7.
Wait, why did we do minus 12?
Oh wait, no, it's
one because you can also just be
I was going to say it's there's 132 ways to build it, but overall there's like half that in terms of classes. So you can build like craftsman first or barbarian first, but you'll always end up as wild man.
Hang on.
Mm-hmm.
So that is the classes.
78, the 78 classes.
And that's just as the basis.
Let's just
boy.
Classes, we go to there. I drag
up
that.
Hey, listen.
Here.
If we didn't make this needlessly complex and huge, right? We would be named something silly like Sorcerers of the Hills or something, you know.
The Red Wizards of Fae.
Yeah, we'd be named some sort of. We'd be named some sort of like magical men, maybe on like the side of the sea. You know, if we were like lazy about things.
So something I was thinking about earlier when you about magic, you said about madness. Yeah. Yes.
Sorry, you cut out for a second there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Cool.
You know how like you said earlier about like the stars and madness and stuff like that? Mm-hmm. Something I was is the moon going to be a part of the madness, or is it going to be kind of like the opposite because it's not a star?
There's a big problem with the moon that we probably should explain.
Oh boy. Yay.
That's where the elves live.
Okay. I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah.
So how do you? Well, I don't even know how your elder are going to evolve into past that. So I'm going to leave it at that. Jeez.
So the way that it's currently drafted in lore is that the elven civilization is confined basically to their homeworld, and they're told not to attempt to like leave, despite the fact that they can see like a very lush-looking world in the sky, because it's like a temptation and stuff. And
so what races are we thinking of? Like, I know they're dwarves, elves, humans.
We have to just make sure we avoid copyright is all. We're going to pull from a lot of, like, mythology and basically a lot of furries, I guess.
Yeah.
We haven't reworked a
It's
lot of
actually
that
really
alt
interesting.
notes.
How are different pre or early history era? How would this affect other creatures? Are they going to be in a similar spot humans are, or are they maybe more advanced or less advanced due to stuff that happens in the future?
It's a good question.
Are you going to have kind of a post-apocalypse where there was a species that used to be on top, but now they're kind of down with everyone else because of an apocalyptic event?
Well,
I need to smoke some weed. My brain is going insane.
Well, we had some things like that built in. That things like there's a certain area where there's a bunch of proto dwarves. They're just men of the mountain.
Yeah.
And
oh, Discord crashed. Discord. Hey, Discord crashed.
And they can't leave. And so for the entire
they just
time
dig down deeper to find stuff to survive.
Yeah, they dig down deeper, but they can't leave the mountain and do what they normally do. So they basically have to live on the stuff underground, and therefore over time they start becoming what is actually the dwarves.
I could already have them at this point before the ice age. I could already have them working with stone more so than the humans do. We're putting pointy rocks on sticks. They're starting to shape stones into tools pretty well, in my opinion. Also, I need to introduce you to my IRL friend I just reconnected with, Sheeper. I think you'll really like him because he's really into tabletop RPGs as well.
We could use all the help we can get. I'm not gonna lie, we're kind of over our head.
Oh, for sure.
This is one of those things that it started off let's just do this, and then it's oh god, we've actually got to think here. Now we're gonna have to put work into this.
I mean, yeah, it's always good to start off depending on how you're starting. It's either you start out as a narrow scope and expand, or you start out as a really wide scope and you kind of narrow it down once you start figuring it out. Well, I just thought it though, it kind of would suck to do all this work, and then if you're going to do the Ice Age and lose a lot of this, and a lot of it's going to kind of evolve or shrink together.
I mean, if we make the scope too huge, it's going to be hellish.
Yeah.
Theme is the outside. Classes are the average Joe, whereas combined ones are the adventurers. There we go. Alrighty. That was some good fucking work, Shmaroni. Do you want to go splurge our love all over Finn?
I think we can.
Hey, yep.
We're gonna go splurge our love all over that elf?
No, I'm not. Hey.
We're gonna go splurge our love all over my lovely little elf friend. But thank you all for stopping by. It's been fun. We're likely going to be doing a lot more of this tomorrow. The plan is going great. But I'll be sure to see you all later. I'm going to go watch John Wick with Shmaroni.
I'm just going to go by. I don't know what I'm doing.
You don't want to watch John Wick with us?
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah, you don't have to fucking leave.
Be in the Discord.
No, I'll probably do it here. Quiet night,
Okay.
Maybe I'll do it in the Discord. Anyway, goodbye, love you, bye.
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 Is my reactive not working? It's supposed to go